Đúng. these until we then I'll yeah, I guess like you can come sit over there and you can just jump up in front and be like, I'm ready. Oh, you can hold it so that it's so loud. Yeah. 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 Okay. Aloha.
Lani submission. Oh, I think it was like something in joke.
Aloha, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. We're going to get started soon. So please take your seat. Mahalo. Aloha, everyone. Thank you for coming. Please take your seats. We're about to get started. Mahalo.
Aloha and good morning, everybody. Welcome to Hawaii Climate Week 2023, first of what we hope will be, first of many, will be. Before we get started today, I'd like to welcome Kainoa Azama for the blessing, who among other things was the former state president of the Hawaii Future Farmers of America Association and is appointed to the Honolulu Youth Commission. He'll be on the youth panel this afternoon. He's been helping lead the Youth Climate Summit event that will be happening tonight and is an amazing current and future leader in Hawaii. And I'll turn it over to Kainoa.
To kind of give a little quick rundown, we'll hit the four corners and call the four winds. You know, this is a nice little pool here. One of the things with the pools is it's sort of the opening to the pulele. So as we call it now, the pule, the prayer, the gathering of the four winds, the sharing of the ha, the breath of life that so much makes us Hawai'i. Ha, the breath of life, the vai gifted from Kane Ikawai Ola, to the E, the Supreme Spirit that resides in each and every one of us, the reminder that there's a little bit of divine within us that allows us to change this world ever so. The creator within us, gifted from the creator himself. So we hit the four corners real briefly. May kuanalio, may kuanali, may kahihina, may kaulana. Ye hele mai o ya kue, ke akua nui o kalania ke nui a mamao. Ya oi kamana nui luna ilalo ila honua ne, mahalo. Mahalo e ke akua, mahalo. E ku ahina o kane o tangaroa. Mahalo e na wahine o ke kai, no na mea ola a pau. Mahalo na uhane i ka wai, o kane i ka wai ola. Mahalo. E ka la mahalo e wakea. Mahala e papa honua mo tu no kopai aina e ola mai. Mahalo. Mahalo. E hina. Mai te pō i te au. No ka leku hi mana i ike mai. Mahalo ka ko. He mana o pon e na au. So I know maybe like a handful of us may speak. So we're just gonna provide a brief translation. So thank you to the creator. Thank you for the creator in all things who guides us in our things of imagination, but also grounds us in our reality. And also for the things of this world that flows as he flows through all things in this world. Mahalo to the woman who is the sea for the gifts of life in which she's gifted us. Mahalo to the spirit of the water and mahalo to the Son, to Grandfather Son, also to the Sky Father, and to the Earth Mother that bring life to this Pai'aina, to these island chains, as well as to the Honua, to the world itself. Mahalo to the moon, for she, Grandmother Moon, provides the light even in the darkness, as well as the times and the times. And mahalo to all of you for doing what you feel is right. So just a little brief too, and connecting all those dots, reminding us that the world around us and even in the perspectives of our kupuna is ohana. So may we take care of this world as family, as much as we take care of our children. And as they say, when you take care of the aina takes care of you. So may each and every one of us in our endeavors always remember that we leave this place better than when we found it for those future generations moving forward, because it's for all those unseen that we do what we do, for all those who will come after, and in honor of all those who came before. So just hanging on to that, and to remember that we are from the Ha, the breath of life, the Vai, the life-giving waters, as well as the spirit, for this is Hawaii. So mahalo nui, and I'll believe I'll turn it on to who's coming up next, which is Auntie Dawn and all of these, and as well as Scott, wonderful people we've been interacting, bouncing back and forth over the years. So please bow. Hello.
Aloha and good morning. Aloha, everyone. My name is Scott Glenn, and as you can tell, I'm not a Native Hawaiian woman, but I have been nominated by the governor to lead the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, which, along with the VLNR chair, and I have the great fortune to work with Don, as co-chairs to lead the State Climate Mitigation and Adaptation Commission, housed at the Department of Land and Natural Resources, and working with Leah Laramie, our wonderful coordinator who helped organize today. So please give her a round of applause. And we also have here today with her, her Climate Vista team, which is also a wonderful group of youth who are helping her to put today on and also set the foundation for future Hawaii leadership. So please give them a round of applause too. Stand up, guys. And I just also would like to extend some mahalos as well to several of the folks who helped us with putting this on. We have Leah told me precisely how to say this, so I want to say it right. Let's see. We want to thank, first of all, Representative Lowen for being here as well with us today. So thank you for joining us. We also want to thank Pacific RISA with Victoria Keener. Thank you for your help. The Pacific Islands Climate Adaptation Science Center, UHC grant, the U.S. Forest Service, the USGS, HNEI, and of course, our wonderful host for providing today's venue, East-West President Susie Veras Lums, and the East-West Center for hosting today. So thank you very much.
I did want to share with you, I am extremely humbled and honored
Leonard, there's a leader, first deputy, Laura Paako, also made it. And our water commission, our water deputy, on that well. So I'd like, I think this conveys a very strong message that governor's commitment to recognizing the importance of indigenous knowledge, native Hawaiian communities, who in many cases are disproportionately impacted by climate change. So we intend to have much greater conversations, especially with youth, who you are going to inherit as Kainoa said. I'm hoping we leave this planet a little better than I found it. Give you the pathway to move forward. But it's also recognizing the voices of the indigenous communities and the efforts they have lived for generations here in a very sustainable way. So this provides us an opportunity with this leadership team, the guidance of the governor, to move us into the future of Hawaii, recognizing the sensitivities for our neighborhood communities, as well as the community at large. So again, thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and welcome you all to this climate.
Thank you. And if we could now introduce East West President Suzanne Barris-Lum.
And I knew Susie in her previous life, so it's so nice to see her here. I am proud to see another Native Hawaiian woman leading the East West Center. Mahalo today.
Aloha mai kako. A warm greeting to all of you and Governor Green and to our new appointees and our elected officials, as well as many of our leaders in climate and adaptation who are here in this space and online. We welcome you to Manoa, the home of our ancestors who nurtured this place near the Manoa stream in this historic IMPA design Jefferson Hall or Inman Center, where many, many leaders like yourself have graced this stage with this pu'uwai, or the heart. I know you can't see it under the screen, but it is really the heart because you're the heart. It is quite an honor to have all of you here in this space. And I'm proud to have the East West Center co-sponsor this first Hawaii Climate Week with the state, as well as the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Commission, and many, many other sponsors and partners that we see working together to bring climate science and policy together to mitigate and adapt to the many impacts of climate change on the people, infrastructure, and ecosystems of Hawaii and across the Pacific. You know, everyone in this room, you all are here because you know how very important it is, the critical importance of accelerating our ability to become more resilient to climate change and mitigating the severity of future impacts. And we can't do this alone, as it's clear that we're all here together. You know, our East West Center environmental research model emphasizes the need for actionable and policy relevant project outcomes. So today's Climate Week or Climate Day brings together, of course, the interdisciplinary expertise, advocacy, and communication that's needed to translate that research into on-the-ground solutions, as you'll see today. So East West Center, as many of you know, has a long history of impactful climate work in the region, including leading and co-leading and authoring the Pacific Islands chapter of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th U.S. National Climate Assessments, acting as a key organization supporting the Pacific Islands Regional Climate Assessment, investigating relationships between climate, health, and migration in the region, coordinating the Hawaii and Pacific Islands drought knowledge exchanges, hosting the first Pacific Ecological Security Forum, and as a key partner in the Pacific RISA CAP program. So we're really proud to facilitate these activities. And as Dawn said, I'm so proud to see you both as new appointees here, to see so many young people here, and I'm sure online. So really, I'm not here just to talk about East West Center, but we've been so grateful since our new governor, the 9th governor of the state of Hawaii, took office. And well before that, we all know his work over the past 20 years as a doctor, Dr. Green, who cared about Hawaii when we saw this pandemic just take over our state, the nation, and the world. And he really has a hands-on approach. And we saw that when he started. You came on this stage where we had Hawaii Green Growth. We talked about the UN development goals, and you were here as well. One of the first things you did. So it goes along with the name of green. Green thinking, the way that we think about the world, just as our ancestors did. This commitment to indigenous knowledge that is very clear. Sometimes we can say things, but it's our actions that speak louder. Where we are and where we decide to be, and the message that we send to the world. So it is with great honor and privilege. I could run down his list of accomplishments, but we all know because we felt it, we saw it, Governor, and we're so grateful and honored to have you as our 9th governor of this great Aloha state that can show the world what's the next step to make sure that we have a wonderful, sustainable homeland that is a message for the rest of the world. So without further ado, I hand it over to Dr. Governor Green.
Aloha. Thank you, General. Because of her military background, but really, I'm so excited to be welcomed by our East West Center champions and to see you guys here, to welcome Dawn and Scott. And I was going to point out the fact that we are focusing on Indigenous leadership and mentorship and wisdom. It's very important. So thank you all. It's too valuable. Having the name Green is, I guess, a curiosity. My best marijuana friends love that. They love to take my signs and carve them up and just take the green out, put it elsewhere. Definitely creates a very different vibe, but it's positive in my mind too. So I wanted to thank you guys all and Leah too for welcoming me. The State Climate Change Commission is central to what we believe. I'm going to talk just a little bit about what my belief system is and where we'd like to go. But I want to be welcoming to you, and I want government to be welcoming to you. So it's going to be very different. It's going to be easier to get in touch with your governor and your leadership team. And the instructions I've given our people is just try to help and care for people and pass policies that are heartfelt but are connected to our communities. That's going to be really what our central approach is. So I want you to know that. And before I just dive in, also what we learned how truly connected we all are. Now, today we're going to talk about climate, but without dwelling on the COVID era, we learned that we are truly connected to one another from every corner of the world. That pandemic broke out like others do from probably one or two people in a faraway place, and ultimately billions of people were affected with the virus. I would not be surprised if it was not also impacted by climate change. It's not a coincidence that the way things are moving about is different than it was in past generations and eras. So it's really important that we know that we're all touching one another with what is out there. So thank you again to all the organizations, East West Center, Pacific RISA, Pacific Island Climate Adaptation Center, U.S. Forest Service, Hawaii Better Tomorrow speaker series. You guys are great. And just everyone else, and this is all of you who are providing your expertise. Because I know a lot about healthcare. I don't necessarily have expertise in all of these areas at all. That's not why you elect a governor or a lieutenant governor. I think you elect people that you might trust, but that will find the right, that will help us. So I'm glad to see that we are focusing on climate change today because of, obviously, the Action Day. So you guys are our future leaders. Please become directors and professors and advocates and write the bills for us and make it different for us in the future. So as you know, Dr. Fletcher, who interestingly, just to show how small world, we grew up in a tiny small town halfway around the world called Swickley outside of Pittsburgh, not a big urban center. We grew up like 2 blocks away from each other. And here we are today, which is very strange. So yes, Steelers were good yesterday, but no playoffs, sorry. But Dr. Fletcher points out that global warming is like a fever. And it should be no surprise to all of you that I like this metaphor, right? Because that's what I did for my many years, as I dealt with fevers. So right now, our world has a 1.3 degrees Celsius fever. It's sick. And it's not a good thing to run around with a fever, because as our globe gets sicker, the prognosis won't be good. Climate scientists now agree that we're really on track for a 3 to 4 degree fever for the next 80 years. And I'll tell you, that will kill you. That will create brain damage if you're a human soul here on our beautiful planet. You can't live with a fever without changing, without having to adapt, without having an impact on you as a family. And I can tell you as a dad, when my daughter turned 16 in 2 days, I can't believe it, or my son's a little younger, when they have a fever, it means more to me than all the other things in my day. Big piece of legislation or $100 million appropriation. That fever hits home when it affects our people, when it affects someone you love. And now it's going to affect all of our planet. So we have to deal with this fever that we have. The ramifications are completely immense, as we all know. So what are the stakes? Well, climate change affects truly our lives. I'm not saying anything that's new to you as experts, but it affects us here in Hawaii like we can't imagine. It affects the whole globe, but our path as a global community and what we do in the next kind of era is going to be daunting, intimidating, but also something that we have to deal with. If we don't deal with climate change, we're finished. The next generation will have to adapt so greatly, so quickly, that we'll see casualties. See casualties from this illness. If we continue down this present path, we stand to lose a great deal. We lose our air quality if we have global warming in this way. And losing air quality means increases in asthma. We already see that in lots of different cultures, lung disease. And in most of these cultures, they don't have access to health because there's poverty that goes along with the impacts of climate change. Our food and water resources are threatened. And though we often can mount a global response, some places it's too great. And if there's simultaneously civil war in that region, we can't get food or water to people in spite of climate change. So it's even more challenging. Our families, our infrastructure, our economy, they're all collectively at stake if we don't take meaningful action for this moment in this generation. So if we continue down this present path, we stand to lose what is frankly irreparable damage. We have irreparable pieces of our society that we'll have to rebuild. So there will be the pollution and the droughts and the disease, like I mentioned before. And that all is before I even talk about sea level rise, which we know will create economic decline for some. It will create lost opportunities, but it will create climate refugees. And I had an opportunity to just hear very briefly about the impact of climate. And it may not be sea level rise, it was pointed out to me, that's causing climate refugees. It's drought right now, but they go hand in hand. So yet we're here at this crossroads, and you are all here to make this a piece of your life and help us create a different path, a path that's really going to reverse climate change. That's where we have to go. So this is our opportunity as a global community. We have a chance to actually change policies. And I'm going to talk now about the actions that we take. So we have elections, and that creates priorities, right? And sometimes people don't believe in elections and fight them, and in other parts of the world, we go into conflict. But in our cultures, we have our elections and then we come together, and in our state particularly, and we decide then what our priorities are going to be. And so needless to say, we need some bold action, and that's how we're going to approach this. So Hawaii is actually already poised to take really more bold action than anyone else, because we've been ahead of people for the most part on renewables. We're not perfect at all, and we can do so much more, and we know we have to do more, but we actually are poised to lead by example. And so in spite of being a global leader, now's our chance. So here are a couple things that you're going to hear. So as you're probably aware, even better than I, half the country now has already committed the population in half the country to 100% renewable futures. Sometimes too far out, sometimes much closer. That's all about commitment and economics. But we'll lead because we actually have potential to do 100% renewable grid. Now, it's not totally easy. And just like in 2015, work centers at home, people are moving around, they're trying to figure out what we really are up to. But I want you to know that what our team is planning is something pretty substantial. So we're here at this crossroads. We know we have to be energy independent. I think we have to globally be energy independent because I'm sick and tired of people making excuses to go into wars over oil, personally. Okay. So, I'd like to point out that was not written into my speech, Cameron. But I know he meant it. We have to be up to the challenges, and if we really move away, and I'm enthusiastic when I see scientific progress on certain things, whether it's fusion technology or hydrogen. I'm excited about that kind of thing. It's often not a highlight in the newspapers, but boy, sooner or later we're going to get a change that really works for us, that helps us move away from fossil fuels. But imagine this future, that we're the center of renewable energy policy, that when we come together here at East West Center, Susan brings us together, and all these people come together from green growth and what have you, that we have people who want to be in Hawaii, right? We saw that a bunch of ambassadors come and they send their delegates, and they tell you people are really interested in coming to Hawaii, and they're a captive audience, and they're different when they're here. They are less in conflict. I've noticed that very clearly. They're more amenable to new ideas. They're more amenable to working together. And that's what our administration is going to strive to be. I mean, Oahu was, a gathering place was the word, right? That's what people understood it to be. It's not that simple, but it was a place where people would gather and be more peaceful together. So this becomes a challenge for us because we know people will come to Hawaii to listen and to share. And so this is our chance always to move them off of their dial, push them further to a place that is sensible and smart on environment. But what will we do? What will we be able to say to them that we're doing to commit ourselves so it doesn't just like look like a lot of hocus, just sound bites and whatnot. So our solutions have to really support climate impacts. Our solutions have to be financial and meaningful economically. So it doesn't look like we're just talking about plans, but we're actually investing in them. So our team is charting a new path, not just for solar, though I love solar, and not just for battery technology, which absolutely has to improve. These are key things. But we are looking at some major resource to do the things that you guys would come up with. Right now, we're going to get at least $25 million for green banks from the Inflation Reduction Act, which I want to give a special shout out to Senator Schatz, who's a buddy. And it was his work. I mean, it was really tireless work, chipping away one by one vote to get something like that passed. It's a small miracle, honestly. And government can matter, can mess things up for sure, but it can matter when they can get finally some kind of, I want to say like a center of mass to move legislation and move priorities. So we're going to get that 25 million, but what will our team do? You've heard that we have a budget surplus, right? And that budget surplus right now is $1.9 billion through the end of this year. It's $2.8 billion through the end of next year. Right? It's a lot of money for a small state. This is monies that we can now decide, what are we going to really do? We have to build housing, right? We have to take care of those who are homeless because they're struggling, they're suffering. We have to find some money for families that are in deep trouble, who are very poor, who suffer all the consequences of climate change more than most. But there's something else that we can do. And this is what you will hear me say in 2 weeks. You will hear me say that we will push to take $100 million of that surplus, $100 million. Normally, money gets spent, it goes to the wind. $100 million and put it and devote it to climate impact. So $100 million in what is normally like a rainy day fund, okay, where there will be savings. We will put a lot of money towards that rainy day fund in case of tsunami or crisis or downturn. But $100 million set aside the beginnings of an era where we have a green impact. Okay, so I will seed $100 into a place that can then be magnified. It can grow so that it will help families as we also mitigate climate change. $100 million can be bonded. For every $10 million that we have there, we can do $100 million of climate mitigation or projects that are actually sensible, that will decrease carbon emissions, that will help us actually sequester carbon, things that we never did before, that we've talked about, that we've planned for. But that creates a capacity to actually do renewable investments. So having $100 million there to start, and then freeing up extra monies as we do better with our environment, to go to education, healthcare. That's how we approach things. Now, I believe we should also rely on the world when they come to the state of Hawaii to pay into this climate impact, because I think if you really look at what goes on, we have about 1 million people, 1.4 million people, but 9 to 10 million people come to love Hawaii, to see it, to experience it. It's a symbol for most people. It's not just a vacation, it's something different. And that's why I've been proposing a climate impact fee. In this case, $50 every time someone comes. Now, it may be ultimately be that the legislature amends that, right? Because there are challenges. When you really do something that's sensible, it almost always gets attacked. Okay, I can tell you that. So what I do believe will happen is they'll look at the places we do see a lot of visitors and a lot of impact, and I think that's where they'll charge extra fees. And that money, I will insist, will go into this fund, this climate impact fund, so it grows and grows and grows. And just so that you know, it's not all about taxes and fees and government. I also have talked to some of the corporations that are among us, and they've said they would love to actually just volunteer to ask their people. For example, hope they don't get upset for me mentioning them, though I was very appreciative. Alaska Airlines. They said, you know, we know that the impact of air travel is gigantic as far as fuel consumption. We know that. And we would like to mitigate the impact on climate. And if you have an idea to put money into whatever the people choose, we'd like to support that. And so I expect it's going to be a combination that we haven't seen before. We take that 100 million and park it there to show that we're serious. And then this legislature will decide what they think is best and how the money should go in there. And I hope to get it matched. And I hope to find billionaires that want to match it, because they also have settled here in Hawaii for one reason or another. And I think that they would like to contribute to the preservation of our state and what we believe going forward. And that's how we lead. We don't just lead with money, we also lead with new plans. So you'll see us pursue cutting edge hydrogen technology in the state of Hawaii. Again, I will defer, and this is how I hope to govern all along, to you guys. If someone thinks one technology is better than another, you'll make your case. You'll tell us what the right thing to do is. But I want to constantly push this. And we're hearing from on the national side, they have $500 million that they want to invest in hydrogen technology. And so if it suits us, then we should lead. We should take every opportunity to have R&D here, and new plans here, so that it can be exciting, in addition to being important and impactful. So it's exciting for our graduate students and our activists and our kids to get into climate. It really needs to be that if you want to have a movement. So we'll be a Pacific leader without a doubt, and we can bridge the Pacific. We will have modern energy infrastructure, you know that. We'll bolster our energy independence because we can. They do great things on that. They do great things here, of course. But that's how we do it. And that way we create green jobs, forgive excessive use of my name. But we can't innovate if we don't do that. There's just no way. Here we are in 2022. We have to be culturally occupied. We have to be environmentally occupied. We have to actually know where the future is going. And if it's not going towards green energy and green jobs, then we've gone the wrong direction. So that's why I'm forming this climate impact fund for conservation and preservation work for all of our states. We dedicate that money. We dedicate it because we have friends, we have kids, we have a next generation that's right there waiting to see what the current generation is going to do, whether we're going to destroy this planet or we're going to leave. So look, to achieve our goals, we got to work hand in hand. You can see me, I'm a non-traditional governor. This probably was not meant to happen. Notwithstanding COVID and being out there in my shorts and scraps, okay? But for some reason or another, a guy who cares about what you think is here in this space. So I need you. I need you to give us your ideas, to reach out to your colleagues across the country, to invite them here so we can put them up in expensive hotels, pay for education in our climate, but also so that we can get past the dysfunction of Congress that we saw this past week. So we can get past the era where they put money and development ahead of the actual planet. So let me just finally say, we have a special responsibility to U.S. Climate Alliance. We have a special responsibility because we're in these islands and we are caretakers of them for our small time on this planet. And we have responsibility to people who, frankly, don't have it as good as we do, who aren't lucky to have an education, who aren't lucky enough to have the time and the capacity to spend on this critical issue. They're going day to day, minute to minute just to survive, but we do. We have been able to make this a part of our lives. And so I'll say this, from this moment forward, we're bounded together for good or ill to make change, to deal with this fever that's affecting our whole planet so that it doesn't affect the next generation of children that come. So much love and much mahalo for including me in today. Thank you for fighting this fight and expect real action. Expect those resources to be put to good use at your recommendation, and you run with that. You make it the future that we blow out. So I figured, since you probably won't see me again until the next climate day, if you wanted to ask a couple questions, I'm happy to. We're getting started. This is like a new, we're just dating now here. It's been 35 days. And I thought that you know, you're going to get a good idea of the kind of people we put into our team. But I thought you might have questions for me. If anyone does, I'd be happy to answer. So the question is, when do I expect to have virtual IDs? Oh, I think it's a great idea. We are actually in the process of changing out our chief information team. Some guys will stay, some will be new. I really like the idea because we wrestled with that. It was quite difficult during the pandemic. And I have not heard from anybody inside the team that they're already working on that, but that's why I'm here, I guess. I would like that. We are working with some biometrics folks because we'd like to simplify travel. We'd like to make it easier for people to communicate their, you know, their identity, and that goes across all sorts of things, healthcare, crime, a lot of things. So we'd like to do that too. Just face recognition and so on can be helpful. But yes, and we should not have so much paper that we're using. I think that would be a good thing to avoid too. Very excellent question. Question was, if you couldn't hear, how will we communicate? How will we be out in front of it so people understand what's at stake here and what we need to deal with before we have a disaster? And I will tell you from experience, it's less difficult than you think to communicate these big questions. the approach I took, and we're doing it this week actually with our team, the three of us. We created what was very easy to understand. How many of you have dealt with that whiteboard that I put up, right? That became like the basic way to just communicate simply and quickly, about a minute. We went from 2,000 followers to 100,000 followers to just quickly share. And we did 1.3 million shares this first month alone. So I'm going to do that on basic, we're moving past COVID right now, right? It's still there though, but it's not quite what it was before. And so get your booster, by the way, if I may. But yes, that's steady communication. And on many different issues that are more accessible. The reason the whiteboard worked was because it was simple. It was not intimidating. It wasn't high tech and a ton of PowerPoint slides. So that's important. And to be completely honest with you, the most important job of a governor is to communicate and to listen and then communicate the right things, but to communicate, because that's how you kind of bring people down from this animosity against one another. And that's going to be what we do. So when I talk about the climate impact fee for the $100 million, I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain what it does for us, how it can actually make a difference. And so that then 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, we're not struggling when a road falls into the ocean. We're not struggling when we have, say, 30,000 new individuals that need to find a home here, because we'll have the capacity. And we can tell people the small things that they can do as individuals and the bigger things that society can do. But conveying why we're curtailing air travel when we can in a simple way matters, and conveying what it means to actually see 1 degree, then 2 degrees, then 4 degrees Celsius of change, what that really means, it's incredibly powerful. So you'll get a lot of that. And a lot of it will be environmental from us, actually. I will say this, communication has not always been great on the environment and the government, because government works in these kind of insane 2 or 4 year increments, which is not nearly what the world works in, okay? And that's got to change. So it's got to be much more consistent, but you'll see a lot of it. For sure. So the main thrust of the question, thank you, was how do we ensure that the next generation is fully engaged and that there's equity? Because we've lost our way on equity as far as healthcare equity. You know, our Hawaiian community twice as likely to suffer chronic disease. We've lost our way on equity as far as incarceration goes. Again, Indigenous people are getting imprisoned at rates about twice what the people around them are, sometimes much worse. And environmentally, it's clear that people who are poor are completely crushed by any kind of environmental changes because they have no way to deal with it. So I think we have to lean into the universities, honestly. Now, I'll keep encouraging people to be a part of government, come to converse with us. Crazy enough to ask everyone to run for office, but to actually come and be a part of that. But we'll send our directors out. And I'm already encouraging our directors to go and be in schools, and particularly be at the university, which we see today, but not once or twice a year, to be there frequently, to be guest lecturers, to offer their time. Because then what I see is a lot more people go into this discipline, or they go into, they go and do a master's program, get a master's in public health or environmental science, and then they are really into it. The legislature often turns people off because, not that they're not great people, it's just the process is so quick and you just don't really, it's sometimes too opaque. But when you're right with somebody, it's much better. I lived this way for a lot of years, and you have a great rep, Representative Lowen, she does the same thing, communicates directly with people, like in real time, especially in her community or, you know, a lot of the Big Island. You are in a state it's so small that you actually can bump into your state legislators, and we need to have those kind of who's. So that you should all know who your state rep and senator are. Make sure that they know that you have hundreds of friends that are looking, watching, and want to see action on this case, climate, equity. You can put a lot of pressure on them in a good way because we're so small. And so when people go back to their communities, it's pretty useful, honestly. I always gave my cell phone out. You know, Jamie get pissed off at me, but it worked, you know, because then you could actually hear people text me all kinds of crazy stuff, right? But, you know, more often than not, some idea will pop, you know. Paul waylaid me outside of a restaurant like 7 years ago, and we're like best friends now, you know. So you'd be amazed in this little state how we can do that. But you will see a very heavy move, just to summarize, towards equality. We're going to have a justice reform movement. We're going to put in real monies into climate change and health. I think this is the hook. So I just want to thank you guys so much for including me, and I will make sure you guys get my number.
Well, I'm a little gobsmacked, I'll have to say. That was a huge announcement, and just really appreciate your time, Governor Green, being here, joining us today, highlighting the importance of all the work that folks in this room are doing. It's just really amazing and incredible. So thank you very much for joining us. And for being here. Hi, everyone. I'm Leah Laramie. I am the Hawaii State Climate Coordinator with the Hawaii Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Commission. I still stumble over those words because it's such a mouthful. Mahalo for being here.
Hi, good morning. I'm Victoria Keener. I'm a senior research fellow at the East-West Center and a research professor at the ASU Global Institute of Sustainability and Innovation, and a co-lead principal investigator of the Pacific RISA program, which is hosted by East-West Center, ASU, and UH. Before we introduce our first session, we'd like to go over some logistics with you.
First, the important stuff. The luas are downstairs and to your left and left again, or your left and right. There's multiple sets. So we will be having a break after this session. You can find your way over there. Some point, I believe we're also having coffee and tea.
And that's outside,
Yeah.
outside on the this side of the building. You can also find the agenda for today's event out front or online, where you can also check all the Climate Week events out on climate.hawaii.gov and go to the events section. Other events this week include the Hawaii Youth Climate Action Summit tonight at the Law School, the Hawaii Climate Adaptation Science Summit, the Pacific Islands Women Leaders at COP27, and the 20th anniversary of the Hawaii Energy Policy Forum.
The format for today will be a mix of presentations and panels. We're going to be looking at the impacts of climate change that we're already experiencing, some practical solutions that have already been implemented, as well as the next steps on how to scale those up and make bigger impacts.
We're going to be hearing from established climate leaders at the state, county, community, and legislative levels, and from youth on what their climate priorities are.
We'll be taking questions at the end of each session. So there'll be multiple presentations at the end of the session. We'll be doing the Q&A. Please wait for the mic to be brought to you so that folks online can hear you. And just real quick, sorry folks online that I'm so tiny and that you can't see us. We were having some technical difficulties trying to figure that out. We'll see if we can figure it out at the break.
It's great to see everyone here on a Monday, so soon after the holidays, and to everyone online. Again, thank you for joining us. You'll get a much bigger view of the PowerPoints and presentations as we go forward. Thanks everybody for being here in person again. I know we're still getting back into the swing of things. So happy 2023.
So just an idea of what to expect for the day. We're really, as I mentioned, looking at the challenges and the barriers that we're facing here in the state. But also, the successes that we've had. There's been amazing collaboration going on, even through COVID, between state, federal, county, UH, community partners to really make these small and in some cases large changes to make more resilient Hawaii. So that's what we're really hoping to communicate today, is that we know the problems, we've identified the solutions, and how are we going to implement them now? All right, well, without further ado, we're going to start with our first panel. I'm very honored to introduce our first panel, Throwing Shade: Investments into Cooler, Safer, Accessible, and Affordable Communities. And we have our first speaker, Heather McMillan, who's the coordinator of the Pu'ulunani State Urban Forestry Program. Hello, Heather. While we're getting set up, if anyone wants to move up towards the front, feel free. There's spaces.
Aloha kakahiaka kako. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Leah, for the introduction and for the invitation. I want to thank the governor for really setting a foundation for us today, setting the stage, giving us some inspiration for the week. I want to thank Kainoa for really setting the right context for us as well, orienting us to this physical space, but also our space on the planet and our spiritual space. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to make an assumption here, looking around this audience. I'm going to assume that this isn't the first time that you have heard that trees are critical for mitigating the impacts of climate change. Thank you today for the opportunity to get to talk about one of my favorite subjects, trees. I'm also going to make the assumption that you all know that trees are critical for helping our communities adapt to the interacting and escalating health, environmental, social, and economic stressors that are being exacerbated by climate change. So if we can agree that trees are critical, trees are good, you might think about how things are when you move about your day and be asking yourself, why don't we have more trees? Why don't we have more shade? And so today I'm really going to try and take that on and talk about some of the obstacles and the challenges that we face in achieving cooler, safer, more affordable, and more accessible communities. So I work in urban forestry. Some of you might be scratching your head. Isn't that an oxymoron, urban forestry? We like to think of it as the forest all around us, the forest where we live, where we work, where we learn, where we play. In our division of forestry and wildlife, we have a vision of being cities in forests, not just cities with trees. And so some different modalities for what that looks like in our cities includes trees on private property. It includes street trees. It includes large parks. These are just some examples right in our vicinity, adjacent to or in Manoa here. It also includes pocket parks, small parks. It includes rain gardens or bioswales. Also, important elements of urban forestry, urban and community forestry would include agroforest, community orchards, low-E, all these kinds of green spaces. Really important feature of urban forestry is campus trees. the trees that we find on our school campuses and adjacent to our school campuses. And that's really something that I want to bring attention to today, not only the importance of trees and the importance of shade, but especially that on our school campuses. You'll hear shortly that the reason that's so important is because statewide, most of our schools actually don't have sufficient trees or tree canopy or shade. And when I talk about tree canopy, that's really what you see from a bird's eye view when you look down at the trees, the leaves, the branches. It's the canopy that really is critical for delivering all of these ecosystem services that we enjoy. So just a little preview, some of the challenges to get you your ears perked up is that, of course, there's a lack of trees in our community, as we've already established, and as most of you already experience on the day-to-day. This brings with it some health impacts to all of our communities, especially our youth, our most vulnerable and some of our most valuable elements of our communities. We know that a big obstacle is the lack of capacity to make this a reality, to expand the canopy all around us. We also know, we've heard already, there's an inequitable distribution of trees in our cities. Environmental justice is a big part of assessing what we have and thinking about where our priorities are and where we need to go forward, is understanding where and how there are inequities in the places that trees are distributed and how we can change that. One of the biggest obstacles that I see is that I still hear people talking about trees as a nice to do. It's like, oh, if you can include the trees. But trees are not just a nice to do. They are nice. There's so much more. Urban trees, you know, there's just a growing reservoir of research that talks about how urban trees improve human health, improve environmental health, improve human health, improve environmental health, improve, communities that have more trees are healthier, wealthier, and more resilient to the impacts of climate change. In terms of education, since I'm talking about trees today, I want to point out that there's quite a lot of research that associates exposure to trees, exposure to nature with students who are better able to focus, and students that have better health, and students that actually have higher academic achievement. So trees are really important for all these reasons. And not only on the campus itself, but adjacent to campuses. We know that tree-lined streets not only provide respite from intense heat and damaging UV rays for students that might walk to school or families that might walk in areas next to schools, but that tree-lined streets also quell traffic. And so they make these safer for young people overall. A critical way that urban trees help to make us more resilient to the impacts of climate change is to mitigate urban heat island effect. Urban trees can reduce surface temperatures like those on buildings and sidewalks by up to 45 degrees. And through evapotranspiration, they can reduce ambient temperatures by up to 25 degrees. So giving the warming and drying trends that we're already experiencing, as well as rising energy prices, it's really important to continue to plant trees, and perhaps as important, if not more important, to maintain the existing large trees that we already have. These are critical investments into cooler, safer, more affordable communities. Across the US, there's growing research that's documenting how the lack of trees disproportionately affects underserved and more vulnerable communities, which really exacerbates the impacts that they're already experiencing with regard to ill health. So we not only need more trees, we need to be really strategic about where and how we plant them. So let's turn toward schools. It's been said that if you only plant one tree, make it an urban one, because those are the ones that impact us the most in our lived experience in our day-to-day lives. And so really zooming in on that, if we want to maximize impacts and be equitable about it, we really need to systematically focus in on one of our most vulnerable and valuable populations, our youth. So focusing on trees in and around school campuses can have a huge impact. But then we've got to ask ourselves, like, how many trees is enough? How much shade is the right amount to really deliver all these benefits and the protection that we know the trees can provide? What is it that we should be aiming for? So although there are multiple factors that can help determine what is the most appropriate target for percentage of tree canopy coverage to realize these benefits that trees can provide for health and well-being, urban forestry researchers led by Cecil Koninen-Endich offer the 3-30-300 guidelines for urban forestry climate change mitigation strategies. So based on the latest research, they recommend that 3 trees be seen from every household to be able to experience the well-being impacts of trees, the experience of trees. They recommend 30% tree canopy coverage minimum for neighborhoods so that we can experience those benefits, including the cooling and the health and well-being benefits. And they also recommend 300 meters walk to any park or green space in order to promote health and well-being benefits as well. And so today we'll really be focusing in on this 30% canopy cover for neighborhoods and thinking about elementary schools as the hub of a neighborhood, as really the heart of a neighborhood or a community. Increasing the amount of canopy that we have not only extends the health and well-being benefits to students, to communities, but by focusing in on campus and the area around campus, you're also encouraging or making it an option for people to be able to walk and bike instead of drive, and thereby reducing greenhouse gas emissions as well. So goals are good. They give us something to shoot for. 3 years before these 3-30-300 guidelines were established, Honolulu had already set a goal of 35% canopy cover by the year 2035, which is great. But how are we doing? How do we know when we're approaching that? Or where are we doing well and where are areas that we can improve? So to answer that question, I'll turn toward our tree canopy viewer. If you aren't already familiar with it, please check it out. This is helping us identify areas with low canopy and high potential impact related to heat severity, impervious surfaces, and a range of health variables and socio-demographic variables, including percent Native Hawaiian population. It's explorable online and the data is freely downloadable. I encourage you to check it out. So for example, you can look at your specific area of interest. We've zoomed into Oahu here just because we're on Oahu. You can see the tree canopy coverage here. And now you can see it in context with heat severity. Although this is showing you, an entire island, you can zoom in as close as a census tract to understand the relationship of canopy to these other socio-demographic variables to be able to look at those relationships and help prioritize where you put your effort. So using data from our tree canopy viewer, we're able to assess, hey, how are we doing? And we see, if we're taking this 30% as a minimum tree canopy cover target, only 16% of our state's population lives in a place that meets that minimum tree canopy coverage recommendation. In fact, half of us live in places where there's only half of that minimum recommendation at 13% tree canopy cover. So we have work to do. We can look at this instead of on a statewide level, on a county level. Here you see that Honolulu, only 7% of the population lives in a place that hits this minimum 30% tree canopy coverage. Kauai, over half the population. So it does vary from county to county, island to island, Ahupua'a to Ahupua'a, which you can explore on the tree canopy viewer. This histogram is talking about population, but you can also look at it in terms of land cover. For example, Honolulu County, 51% of all of Oahu has tree canopy. But if you look at just the urban areas, it's only 17% of land cover. So understanding how, this variation happens across the state, again, helps us to prioritize the kind of work that we do. So let's focus in again on the heart of our communities, our schools, and we chose to focus on elementary schools instead of high schools because elementary schools are so much more neighborhood based. You know, what does our tree canopy look like? Not only on the footprint of the school campus, but looking at a half-mile buffer around the school, which takes about 10 minutes to walk, assuming that some of our kids still walk to school these days. Thanks to Braden Aki, who did the analysis for this research, we're able to see that only 21% of our elementary school areas actually are located in places that have this minimum 30% tree canopy coverage. And if you look at just the Title I schools, where 47%, I think, of the school students live in low-income households, that's even lower at 13%. Just to give you an idea of the range, as I said, this really does vary from place to place. These are the top 5 and the lowest 5 tree canopy coverage elementary school areas in the state. It's quite a wide range, some of them having more than double the recommended minimum, some of them having less than 1/10. Again, going back to the tree canopy viewer, we can understand where these differences are, how it relates to economic and health realities for those communities, and to really help us target the work that we do. So in conclusion, we know that there is a lack of trees and tree canopy across the state, and that this creates heat islands, which has negative impacts on our health, especially for vulnerable communities, especially for youth. We know that there's an inequitable distribution of the existing canopy. We really see this as a missed opportunity for enhanced learning and equipping students with the experience and knowledge about the value of trees and how to support them into the future. This is something that's foundational to Indigenous ways of knowing and teaching and learning. To have a school without a kumula'au, without trees, just doesn't make any sense. So that's a given. We think about how can we actually have the next generation of people continuing to grow the forest all around us, which we'll need for our survival if they have not had the opportunity to live among, to learn from, and to learn about trees and how to care for them. So finally, again, there's really a need to shift how we see trees. Still hear people talking about trees as beautification. I agree, trees are beautiful, but they are so much more than that. We can't just think of them as a nice to do. Trees are critical infrastructure for our survival. I still hear people talking about, oh, trees, they're too much money to maintain. Yeah, trees do cost money to maintain because they're infrastructure, just like all infrastructure costs money to maintain. The difference with trees is that it's the only investment that gives you a 3-to-1 return in what you put into it because of all the ecosystem services that it gives. So saving money now is not going to help us into the future. We really need to think about how to make investments now. It's unrealistic to think that we're going to be able to install an instant forest or double our tree canopy in 1 year or even 10 years. So doing something now so that we can make our communities healthier, more resilient, cooler, not only for us, but for generations to come is what we're charged with. So thank you for being here to hear about these challenges. And now I'm really excited to be able to turn it over to a friend and colleague, someone who's very inspiring, Pauline Sato, who is the co-founder and executive director of Malama Learning Center. She's going to be sharing with us how they're already how they have been addressing these challenges for years. Pauline's passion for protecting Hawaii's environment dates back to her childhood. In her 30+ years of professional experience, she's helped to build a broad network of individuals and groups dedicated to the conservation of natural, cultural, and agricultural resources across the state. Pauline's current and past work experience reaches people of all ages from a wide range of communities throughout Hawaii. Pauline is a proud graduate of public schools. She graduated from University Lab School, right across the way here, and went to receive a Bachelor's of Science degree from Natural Resources in the University of Michigan and a Master's in Educational Technology from the University of Hawaii.
While we're getting set up, I was asked to remind everybody about our hashtag. Hi Climate Week. Hashtag Hi Climate Week, no spaces. Holla.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here and some familiar faces. I'm like, you're Jane's son. I know. So awesome to see the youth just stepping forward in leadership capacities. And thank you, Heather, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you for the invitation for being here. Again, my name is Pauline Sato, and it's a real pleasure to be able to present a little bit about what we do at Malama Learning Center that ties into this theme of what we're here about. So my presentation title is Teaching and Inspiring Communities to Grow Healthy Plants, People, and Places. How do I, oh, there we go. There we go, spacebar. So we are a nonprofit, small nonprofit organization, Malama Learning Center. We were officially formed in 2004, and our mission is to inspire people to care for perpetuating, for care for Hawaii by perpetuating conservation, culture, and sustainability through education. So we straddle both worlds of conservation and education, and that's what I do. That's who I am, and I'm really blessed to be able to do that. We provide hands-on place-based education that we call Aina-based education for students, teachers, and community, primarily in West Oahu, which, as you may have seen on the map, does not have a lot of trees in the canopy. So we are really trying to increase the tree cover, especially with native Hawaiian trees. And we offer diverse and multi-year real-life experiences, internships, other programs that deepen relationships and change lives, as well as the environment around us. And we also have a television show. I'm just going to put in a plug outside Hawaii because we can feature stories. So I want to just put out a plug out there. If we want to communicate messages, if you have short videos of high quality that you want a lot of eyes to see, please contact me because I'm now the producer and we are always looking for great content. Okay, so Kapolei, that's where we were founded, and I'm one of the co-founders of Malama Learning Center, so I have a deep and long history with the organization. The short story, because I won't go into the gory details, but the short story is, it was the year 2000, so about 23 years ago, the new principal, Al Nagasako, of the new high school, Kapolei High School, in the fastest growing region of Hawaii, which it still is, we met to discuss ways to get students into the Honouliuli forest in a program I was developing called Project Stewardship. And I was with the Nature Conservancy at that time. He loved the idea, but he wanted it to go beyond one class. He wanted every student to be part of it. And I'm like, I was thinking 25 students. So, okay, so he was being more figurative than literal, but I understood what he was saying. He wanted people to have this experience, to be able to go out, be in with the Aina and do project-based learning. So if they couldn't go out to the forest, however, could we bring the forest to them? And that was a really interesting question for me, and it helped me shape what we could do. So he believed, like Heather said, that, I mean, this is literally what he said, schools are the heart of the community. And Kapolei is a new community at that time. The high school is new, everything was new. Let's bring things to the school so the community has a place to be grounded. So with those marching orders, and my background in natural resources and conservation and environmental education, we founded the Malama Learning Center. So because we're founded at a public high school and supported by many teachers, community members, and local businesses, our genealogy, or mo'oku auhau, has guided us for the past 20 years with high schools, basically in West Oahu. That's where we focus, being our primary guests. And as you may know, West Oahu especially Leeward, Oahu, Ewa, and Hawaii and Aimoku have the highest percentage of Native Hawaiians, I think in the state now, or the highest population in the state. So that is our primary base. And we take people to the Aina, we bring Aina to the people. We create a sense of belonging, which is what I hear from teachers. Kids need to feel like they belong someplace. And so that's what we try to do. You belong here, but where is here? What is here? Learn about these places and then develop that sense of responsibility or kuleana. So we practice environmental education, or as I said, Aina-based education that forges the knowledge, attitudes, and then action. To me, it's not enough to learn about something and be smart and like, oh yeah, I know that. What are you doing about it? What is changing because of what you know? And how are you making it better? So that's why we created this program called Ola na Kini. It comes from a Hawaiian pule, life for the multitude. And I believe that life, a lot of it starts with plants and trees. And so we're focusing on that in areas in Leeward, Oahu. We don't own any land as a nonprofit, but we work with the landowners, be they public, like the city and county, private landowners like Gil Eva Lands and Edmund Olson Trust. And they want to conserve their lands. So we help them and we bring kids there and we make it an outdoor classroom. So we work with all of these places and people, giving them hands-on opportunities. We also do something a little different. We grow almost all of our plants. So we have 2 nurseries. One is at Kapolei High School. So when we first came to the high school, it was abandoned. Even though it was a brand new school, they lost their ag teacher because I won't go into that. But they did, the nursery became the graveyard for dead equipment. So we were able to get it renovated. Now we have 2 nurseries, one at Kapolei High School, one at Palihua. And at any one time, we might be growing about 10,000 plants of about 25 different species, mostly Native Hawaiian. And just about every one of these plants, I can confidently say, has been gently touched by a student, teacher, or community volunteer, from the seed or the cutting to actually putting in the ground. And we use this, the planting aspect, also as a way of learning about species, learning about names. A lot of our kids are named Koa or, Lama. Do you know that there's a Koa tree and a Lama tree? Do you know what it looks like? No, here it is. It's right here. And you know what it stands for? Koa means warrior, means strong. Lama is enlightenment. They're smart. Imagine how they feel after that, and then how they feel towards the tree. I want to save these things. I want to plant these things. Where can I get the seeds? That's what we're trying to do, is build the commitment and the love for these plants by honoring their names, honoring their stories. Each plant has a story. They're part of Mo'olelo. They're part of our Hawaiian culture here. And if we lose them, I think we lose a lot of our culture. I might have frozen something. I got too into it. Yeah, that's a red slide. Okay, so just a few things about lessons learned. Every experience we have builds on the next. We're not experts in it. We're basically teachers. We're trying to help the environment. But we believe that Aina-based education works. As Heather said, there's just so many benefits to it. And especially for the environment and this changing climate. But I was listening to reports, and even they talk about students, especially teens today, feeling more disconnected than ever, even with social media, but you know how that can be, right? It doesn't mean you have relationships and they feel disconnected and they have what they're calling emotional well-being deficit. So being together, COVID did not help, but now being together, being outside, it's fresh air. It's the safest place you can be. Touching the soil, and there's research on microorganisms in the soil, people feeling better. This is the best place to be for kids, a lot of the kids. Physical well-being, get yourself dirty, feel the sweat. There's so many benefits. And I'm showing places of forests where we're working, which are not too far away from the schools. But there's, this is where we can start to show where you can grow things and how you can bring them to your community. So I just want to show you, I've been part of many tree planting things over time. And I'm going to be honest, a lot of them did not make it. But I am very proud now to say that many of our trees now are coming into a forest in just 3 years because of techniques we've learned from specialists. And this is a dry forest. We're not watering these trees. This is in Kapolei or Palehua. So if we can do it there, I think we can do it in many other places. So we want to show students success. And that's what we're trying to do. Give them the tools that they can use in their own communities, in their own spaces, at their schools, at their homes. So some of the new things that we're working on, we're fortunate to have some funding, is to bring more trees to people, more tree giveaways, have a teacher training workshop, what we call PDE3 on trees and forests, and getting more fruit trees or agricultural trees into people's hands because people got to eat. So just to wrap up, we're not the only organization doing this. There's many organizations, nonprofits, state agencies that are doing this. I consider ourselves as a hui of Aina warriors. And we want to keep doing this, but we just need more help. We need more funding. We need technical support. And we need support from places like schools to welcome trees, because you'll hear that it's not easy to plant trees on school campuses. There's a lot of resistance. So I'm hoping that we can get moving on a more positive direction. And I thank you for this opportunity. If anyone would like to talk to me about potential partnership opportunities or just learning about what we do, please contact me. Mahalo nui loa. Thank you very much and have a great Climate Action Week. I'm supposed to introduce the next speaker. I'm sorry. My pleasure to introduce Jenny Grimm. She's a forester by training and has spent nearly 30 years working to promote a more sustainable world through the lens of natural resources management, specifically through the production of responsible forest products. She's worked both in tropical and temperate settings as a forester, seeking to ensure rural communities have access to natural resources. She's honored to have a role at the Division of Forestry, where she strives to restore, manage, and protect forests here in Hawaii. Jenny believes wood is one of our most renewable products and encourages everyone to replace one plastic item with a paper or wooden one every day. Jenny.
Aloha, everyone. I'm going to go through my presentation a little quickly because we have a coffee hour coming up and I want to leave some room to ask great questions of the two speakers who preceded me. Actually, I have my notes here. This is wonderful. My name is Jenny Grimm, and I have the privilege of being the forest manager at the Division of Forestry and Wildlife for the state of Hawaii. And I really mean, it is such a privilege to have this, to serve in this role in our great state. And I want to thank the organizers, Governor Green, Representative Lowen for being here, and Leah for putting my favorite topic in the world, trees and forests, front and center for a climate meeting this week. And we did hear a little bit this morning about new technologies, battery storage. And that is great, but then we have a trusted, tried and true way to protect our climate, which is through forests and trees. So that's what I'm going to espouse on for the next 5 to 10 minutes. And if there's one thing I hope you'll leave this presentation with is a sense of optimism and a new appreciation for the role of trees and forests in our community, in our life support system, and in solving our climate troubles that we are in. And if Governor Green mentioned he likes analogies, you know, we talk about the forests as being the lungs of the planet often, or the sponge of the world. I just think that understates how important trees and forests are in society. And also, we will not be going into any diagnosis of my name. Okay, here at the Division of Forestry, I just want to give you an introduction because a lot of people do not know that we are the oldest forestry division in the country, which is pretty impressive. We're 120 years old this year, and the territorial governments put aside, there weren't 700,000 acres then, but in 1903, a large swath of land, because there was great recognition in the Native Hawaiian community that the forests were the key to our freshwater resources. And so today we have 700,000 acres. That's a really hard amount of land to picture. We have a map here that are set aside for public good in the form of forest reserves, and these will be protected and never converted to other land uses. So that's a treasure here in the state of Hawaii that we need to protect, manage, restore, and appreciate. And I don't think everyone knows what an amazing legacy that is for Hawaii. This is just a picture of the reserves here in Oahu. These reserves are multi-use and are for the benefit of the public. I mentioned that they're for subsistence. They include cultural areas, or they're used for cultural practices. Incredible habitat, as you can imagine, in Hawaii. We have some of the most rare and endemic species in the world because of our isolation. And I could go on for about 10 minutes about what's encapsulated in these forest reserves, but I just wanted to give that introduction to the forestry program in Hawaii. One of the things that governs our forestry program is our forest action plan. And as we heard this morning, the three part of our program is the community and urban forestry program. The grantees that have been initially selected to do urban and community forestry in the bipartisan infrastructure law focused on three of our action plan priorities, which were education and outreach, human health and well-being, and urban tree planting. And these first three selected grantees that Malama Learning Center is one, are creating a new paradigm for our state in terms of thinking about the role of trees in the school and educational process of youth. So it's a pretty amazing frontier that they're paving. Oh, terrible analogy, sorry. Not off my notes. A pretty profound change that they're creating in the state, and it's exciting to watch. These are the recipients of the first set of grants. They are Malama Learning Center, Hawaii Public Health Institute, and Get Local, each doing their own unique work in the state. Most of these are initially focused on Oahu, although Public Health Institute is statewide. But you know, we're excited to think about these initial projects and scaling them up. You know, how do we take these ideas, these seedlings, these kernels, and bring them to the size of the problem we face with climate change? And that's a real, you know, I think that's the challenge for us today. We all have ideas, but how do you make them broad and accepted and a new way of being in the state? So what's it going to take to scale things up? I just want to talk about what's coming forward in the nation and in Hawaii, hopefully.
The Inflation Reduction Act has committed 1.5 billion to urban and community forestry in the nation. That's a pretty big number. As a forester, we don't usually get funding at that scale. So it's a great time to be working in this space. And that is nationwide, but here in Hawaii, our community and urban forestry program that Heather is leading, we're already having conversations to think about how we can use those funds to create something long lasting and scalable. So it's a very exciting time. I want to say that I want to thank Representative Lowen and other decision makers for creating priorities around this funding and around creating more green urban and forest spaces in our communities. So we just want to say thank you and looking forward to supporting all the legislation that's coming forward in the next few years to really use this money and leverage it and create lasting change in our state. Okay, I know I'm talking fast, but I want to leave some time. I know there's a youth component to this day, this week, and if some of you are out there thinking about a new career, I have to say there has never been a better time to be a natural resource manager and a forester, and we need capacity desperately in this space. We need arborists, we need volunteers. I think being a forester is probably one of the most rewarding, or natural resource manager, rewarding careers I can think of. And I will say there's one forester or arborist, I think, at the Department of Education, but believe it or not, when I started my career, foresters mostly stayed in the forest, and now they work in investment banks, making sure that investments in wood products are coming from responsible places. They work for places like Home Depot and IKEA. I have friends that work as foresters in those types of places. Again, making sure that the stream of resources are not destroying the forest, because I do believe forest products can be managed renewably. I wanted to just quickly tell you that there are other great pilot programs happening in the state. We have Koa Forestry taking off and taking hold statewide. As we heard, Koa is one of our most important and most valuable species in the world. And we are quickly seeing an adaptation of planting Koa across the state. So that has great carbon benefits. It has great economic benefits. It's very exciting to watch. We have climate smart commodities coming forward in the state of Hawaii. So that's an exciting new development. And I just wanted to mention even some of the manufacturers on the mainland are looking to Hawaii to supply future tone woods for their instruments, because a lot of businesses rely on sustainable sources of wood. And so, you know, there's just a lot of different ways to be involved in forests. Here's a picture at Haleakala Ranch of Jordan Jopel, who's the ranch manager, and he's planting koa in his ranch lands and protecting them. He's standing on the fence so that the cows don't eat them. But that's a pretty novel and exciting way to get more trees into the landscape. And I just want to say, our program, I skipped this at forestry, includes community and urban forestry and also private forestry. 60% of the forests in the state of Hawaii are on private lands, which means they're not necessarily protected like our forest reserves. So it's definitely an area we pay attention to and try and encourage reforestation and good management of private forests. True. This is just a slide about all the cool stuff we do in the forestry sector to try and encourage folks to get involved. We have kupu volunteers, we have AmeriCorps volunteers. The University of Hawaii has all sorts of opportunities to get some training. Come see Heather and I if you'd like to get involved more in forest management here. And this is a slide just reminding us all of what Heather and Pauline talked about. You know, $1 to put a tree in the ground, a $3 return on that investment in terms of what it does for our community. I think that's 300%, right? It's pretty good return on your investment. Oh, Leia's getting up. Finally, okay, I'm trying to go fast. this is this is not for public consumption necessarily yet, but this is from a report that just came out and talked about our carbon sinks in Hawaii. Forests, to my knowledge, are the only carbon sink we have, and a quarter of the carbon sinking is coming from urban and community forests. So that's just a plug to think about forests in all the places. And I can't wait till Hawaii starts digging up parking lots and starts planting forests again, because during the 5 minutes I spoke, I think we lost something like 40 football fields globally up to forests, which is very sad, but you know, we can reverse these trends. And thank you all. I think we left time for talk.
So it is actually time for our break, but I do want to give the opportunity for 1 or 2 quick questions if anyone in the room has. And if you don't, I know how to get a hold of these wonderful presenters today. Okay.
Inspiring. Thank you, 3 of you. I'm curious, what kind of opportunity do you have to share that same story, same opportunity for others within the state, particularly land use, the state and county levels, because land use obviously impacts how our communities are planned. Many homeowners, you know, the kids are going to learn about, like my grandkid might come home and say, why don't we plant a tree here? But in some areas, the community is so small, the lot size is so small, there's no opportunity to plant a tree. So land use is a big deal, and how we plan land use, how we permit development, we require parks, but maybe we need areas for trees. And I know even in in development communities now, the tree requirements in the city and county level are not large. A small number of trees for every development.
Thanks for the question. I can take a crack at that. One thing that I forgot to mention, one of our challenges is lack of capacity, which is there's no tree planting program for our state schools that's existing now. There's only one arborist, as Jenny mentioned, for all the schools on all islands, which is not enough to maintain trees. And that our specs and our guidelines for tree planting are outdated, right? It's outdated. We cannot get the benefits of trees when they're crammed into these little spots. They're not able to grow into their full potential. And so we like to say right tree, right care, right place, right? And so if you have a little tiny yard, don't plant a mango tree there. It's not going to help you in the future. It's going to be the wrong choice. We are working with expanding the vision of what community forestry means to have community food forests, to have places that have groves of trees in public spaces rather than maybe 1 tree for every 6 parking stalls. You know, we can get more benefits by imagining different arrangements of trees. So it's a great question, and that's something I think the guidelines for tree planting on schools is from the 80s. So how we plant, what we plant, where we plant, that really needs to be revised. So,
There's one more question.
Hello, thank you so much for your presentations. I like that you ended on let's tear up the parking lots. Big fan of that. But I was curious how you insert yourself into the conversation regarding parking lots and PV canopies or tree canopies, as we still have parking lots.
I don't know. I have to say, it's really, I mean, there are tensions, right, between renewable energy sometimes and land use. You know, we see large swaths being turned into solar farms, which is wonderful, but you know, I don't have an answer, but it's a really good question. And I think some of the work Heather's doing to recalibrate about urban spaces and what they ought to look like to maximize the health and benefits and climate potential is really the right kind of space for those kinds of questions.
Wonderful. We have another round of applause for amazing panelists. All right, let's take a break. It's going to be a shorter one, but we'll meet back here at 11:15 for our Beach Please session. Mahalo.
Commission.
Aloha, everyone. I know I didn't give you much of a break, so we're gonna get started again. I don't know if we're not up with that. I know. Um, How do we do the presentation? Aloha, everyone. We're about to get started, so please take your seat. Appreciate it.
If anyone can hear us outside, please head back in. We're trying to get started with our next session. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get us started to try and stay on time. Welcome back to our next session. Sorry you got a little bit shorter break than we were expecting. The next panel is going to focus on a topic of great interest to everyone in this room, I'm sure, and everyone across the state, and that's maintaining our shorelines. We've asked our speakers to address how nature-based solutions are being or could be incorporated into a lot of the adaptation and future mitigation that's going on across the state. For our panel today, first, I would like to introduce Haunani Kane from the University of Hawaii, who is an assistant professor at the Department of Earth Sciences. She's going to start us out by discussing key challenges we face. Next, we'll have Dolan Eversole from the Waikiki Beach, who's the Waikiki Beach Management Coordinator at the University of Hawaii Sea Grant Program, following up by discussing solutions. And finally, Amy Wirtz, the Coastal Land Program Coordinator at the University of Hawaii Sea Grant College Program, will close out the session by outlining next steps. So Haunani.
Aloha mai kako. So as first I want to thank Vicky and Leah for doing an amazing job putting this event together and for including us as a part of this panel today. So I will be speaking to you about the impacts of sea level rise upon our Hawaiian coastlines. As you can see from this picture, this is beautiful Kailua Beach. This is where I grew up, where I was raised. And this was really the inspiration for me to go into this field. I currently live now in Hilo, but still this is one of my favorite places here in Hawaii. So now to get into the nitty gritty of it. Sea level rise is caused predominantly by three different things. We have thermal expansion, so as water gets warmer or it's heated, it expands. That makes up about half of the contributions to sea level rise. We have the melting of land-based snow, which makes up slightly less than thermal expansion. Sorry, the numbers here are the same, but that's the direct contribution or the movement of mass and water from ice, former ice that was on land into the ocean. And then we have groundwater depletion. And this is really largely used for irrigation. So these three components contribute to the rising of our oceans. And if you take a look at this slide here, you'll also see that sea level rise globally is rising at about 3.4 millimeters per year. And it has risen about 1/10 to 2/10 of a meter since the early 20th century. And it's projected to accelerate, or the rate at which sea level is rising is projected to increase as the world continues to warm. And another scary fact is that even if we were to stop burning and contributing all of our fossil fuel emissions and greenhouse gases, it'll take about 1,000 years in order for sea level to actually stop. And that's because a lot of this heat goes into the deep ocean, and it takes a while for that to influence us here at the surface. However, global sea level rise is a misnomer. Globally, sea level doesn't rise the same everywhere. You can see here just across the Pai'aina or the Hawaiian archipelago, there are variations in sea level rise. On Hawaii Island where I live, it's about double the rate of sea level rise here on Oahu. And a lot of that is due to the fact that Hawaii Island is getting heavier because there's still active volcanoes, so it's subsiding. So it actually results in a faster rate of sea level rise. In addition, tropical regions, so where our Pacific Islands are located, are projected to experience rates of sea level rise 16 to 20% greater than what is shown here as the global average. So what I wanted to do today is just share with you guys some of the resources that are publicly available so you can do your own research into how sea level rise is projected to increase, as well as impact us here in the islands. So this is a really cool website that NASA has created, and it is called the Interagency Sea Level Rise Tool. And it allows you to navigate and zoom into all of the tide gauges that are managed by the United States. So if we were to zoom into Hawaii Island or to Hawaii, you would see projections available for Hawaii Island, Maui, Oahu, Kauai, and a few of the other islands in Papanaumokuakea. And if we were to zoom in to Oahu, we would see these specific projections for Oahu based upon the Honolulu tide gauge. So this multi-agency is managed by NOAA, the USGS, the Army, and NASA. And they've created these multiple scenarios because there's not a single scenario that adequately represents what we predict will happen in the future related to sea level rise. However, the low and intermediate low scenarios that I just erased from the table are now inadequate because the acceleration or the rate at which sea level is currently rising has exceeded the projections for 2100. So the county of Hawaii, the city and county of Hawaii created these planning benchmarks, and they are currently recommending the use of the intermediate scenario. So just over 1 meter or 3.81 feet by the year 2100 for all planning projects. That should be used as a minimum scenario. The high end scenario of about 2.4 meters or approaching 8 feet should be used for projects with low risk. And then when we think about the impacts of sea level rise themselves, I think a lot of us are used to seeing beaches starting to narrow, houses getting closer to the ocean. But sea level rise influences not only directly from the ocean to land, flooding in that sense, called direct inundation, which you can see on that left picture at the top, but it is also caused by groundwater inundation. And when you work in urban areas, you start to see that your drainage areas or parts of the street start to bubble water during high tides. And that's because they are starting to get overburdened with water that is coming from the water tables themselves. I also want to emphasize that this isn't an end of the century problem, something that we have to think about by 2100. It's something that's happening now. Both of these pictures were taken within the last 3 years. This is over in Hilo, again, where I live. And that picture on the left is an event where we had a lot of rainfall. And we see that those drainage backflow problems resulted in this low-lying area, which typically floods, usually not to this extent, but the roadway, the gas station began getting flooded and it couldn't be accessible by our cars. And then this picture on the right was just from a month or so ago. We had our winter king tides coupled with a large north swell. And usually when we have large north swells, the Bayfront Road, it gets closed. But in this event, it was completely getting overwashed by sediment, by water. And a few days after the event, you could see the
park adjacent to the beach, a lot of the grass had died off from saltwater inundation. And then here's an image taken from the Pac Ayus site. Another local resource is this tool here, where you can look at sea level rise across Hawaii. You can look at passive flooding. So looking at just low-lying areas that will be exceeded by future sea level rise. It also includes high wave flooding. So starting to incorporate both the influence of waves as well as coastal erosion. And Chip Fletcher's group and the Coastal Resilience Initiative, new name, they are working on updating this tool, and they'll speak about that later in the week. I'm going to close here. So while a lot of the recommendations that are being made by the county as well as the State Climate Commission have focused on urban areas, I really want to encourage all of us to start thinking about our rural areas, as well as the impacts of sea level rise upon natural and cultural resources. This is really a passion of mine. We are beginning to see that as sea level rises, there's the potential for these natural resources, which inherently are cultural resources as well, to begin to potentially be lost, as well as expanded. So I'm just going to give you an example. It is believed that approximately 30% of all endemic water bird habitat, typically in the form of wetlands, could potentially be inundated under that minimum intermediate scenario of about 1 meter. However, we published a paper a year or two ago that looked at the role of indigenous resource management as a potential tool or solution. So the emphasis on restoration of lo'i or taro patches. And in doing so, that 30% could potentially be 30% more land that could be used to cultivate food, to cultivate and support cultural identity, as well as the added benefit of also benefiting our endemic birds as well. So mahalo, I'm gonna end there and I'm gonna pass it off to Dolan.
Okay, aloha, good afternoon or good morning, I guess, still morning. I'm honored to be here. Thank you, everybody, for your organization. Thank you, everybody, for participating. My name is Dolan Eversole. I'm with the University of Hawaii Sea Grant Program. I'm a coastal geologist by training, and I also serve as the Waikiki Beach Management Coordinator, which many of you know me as. But I have a much broader role in looking at adaptation options around the state. And I wanted to share some of those. So Haunani gave us a great introduction to sea level rise, what that could look like, what these projections mean. What I'm hoping to share with you today is a little bit about adaptation options. And I know the title of this section was solutions, but I hesitate to use that word because these are not really solutions. Well, one of them is, but for the most part, I like to think of these as options. And maybe one of the many options I'll share could be a solution. So with that, I don't think I need to dwell too much on the fact that sea level rise and coastal inundation threatens much of our coastal infrastructure, dense urban development along our southern shorelines of Oahu. We have critical infrastructure like airports and wastewater systems and energy facilities that are, of course, threatened. And then, of course, our iconic beach environments. Waikiki serves as an example of the value of some of these even man-made beach systems to our economy and to the visitor industry. So I wanted to share with you and just kind of break down and maybe introduce to you some of the common adaptation strategies. And those of you that work in coastal land use and planning or local government, these should not surprise you, but they're a general categorization of the type of strategies that can be used here in Hawaii and elsewhere. And
I broke these down into 4 broad categories that I'll provide some examples of. The first of which we've heard a lot about, which is protect, coastal armoring, things like seawalls and revetments. And that does typically a very good job of protecting the land behind those structures, but oftentimes at the demise of the beach that may be fronting it. So those are things we need to be very careful and selective about where and when we might use. I wanted to highlight this relatively new concept of accommodating coastal hazards and flooding. And there's a variety of ways to do that. The best of which, of course, from a planning standpoint, is to just avoid the hazard altogether. But if the development is already there, then there's ways to adapt. And I'll introduce to you some of the ways that we can do that. Preserve and restore is another option. So we can protect and preserve what's there and attempt to restore lost resources through things like beach nourishment. Those type of options. Dune restoration is another option. And then, of course, I mentioned maybe one of these options could be considered a longer term solution, which is managed retreat. And that's this idea of planned relocation. And I'll introduce this idea of, is it managed retreat or is it forced retreat? And we're seeing examples of forced retreat all over the world. So those are the broad categories of the type of adaptation strategies that can be deployed. The first of which is coastal armoring. We have many, many examples of this around the state. I just wanted to share a couple examples from the urban environment of southern Oahu. Waikiki, of course, is littered with seawalls, many of which have beaches fronting them, but there are seawalls throughout Waikiki. There's not really a part of Waikiki that is not armored in some way. And an example of a revetment, which is simply a sloping rock structure, is Kaka'ako. If you're familiar with the Kaka'ako Park area, that is one of the larger revetments that we have in Hawaii, and does a very good job of protecting the land behind it, because you may know that it was a former landfill. So we really don't want that area to erode. So it's doing its intended purpose in that case. So those are the type of structures that you might commonly see. We also have a road network throughout the state that is highly vulnerable to coastal hazards. And in the case of Windward Oahu, it's largely armored with various hodgepodge of seawalls and revetments and a variety of other type of armoring. But that's a really important, a critical asset that we need to think carefully about. Where do we protect? Where do we relocate? And if so, how do we accommodate hazards for something like a roadway? Keep in mind that roadways also serve to house a lot of our critical infrastructure like water, sewer, and power. So it's not just the road, it's everything under the road that arguably may be even more critical than the road itself. So another strategy here is to accommodate hazards, and you can adapt in place. Here's an example from the North Shore of Kauai, where the FEMA flood elevation requirements require that you build your house this high above the ground surface. So this is one way, maybe an extreme example, considering how high above ground level that house is, but this is one way that's commonly done on barrier islands on the East Coast, for example, where you have to be on stilts above a certain elevation. Another example here, and this may be the single example of a form of managed retreat that I can share with you. This is in the Sunset Beach area of Oahu, the Camis area that you guys have all seen in the news. It's repeatedly been on the front page of the news for the kind of the emerging disaster that it is with emergencies. And in this case, that house in the center of the photo was actually relocated landward about a year ago. And that is a form of managed retreat. Some of us question if that's enough managed retreat or enough relocation, probably not. But that's what managed retreat looks like, maybe on a larger scale, moving a larger distance away from those hazards. Another form of coastal armoring is emergency permits. You guys have probably heard a lot about that in the news as well. The controversy surrounding emergency permits at the state level. And this is an example of what it looked like 2 years ago at that same location at Camis on the North Shore of Oahu. The shoreline littered with a variety of geotextile material that is in some cases doing its job, but it's certainly providing kind of a disaster type situation with lack of access and the complete loss of the beach area itself. I also wanted to highlight the distinction between accommodating hazards like through elevation, like I showed you the homes. There's homes listed here, shown here, that are elevated above ground. That's a great construction practice, and ironically is not a requirement in the building code along the shoreline. It absolutely should be, in my opinion. That's one example of how you can accommodate a hazard, but it does not solve the solution of coastal erosion, because now the shoreline can simply erode underneath the house, which we see some examples here from Kauai and on the North Shore of Oahu. Once the shoreline begins to erode underneath the house, it presents all types of complications with ownership and this idea of grandfathered in, your house is grandfathered in, not necessarily if the shoreline is landward of your house. So that presents all kinds of weird land use challenges associated with that. So that points to the obvious recommendation of avoidance. Let's avoid these hazards to begin with. And the simplest, from a planning land use standpoint, the simplest way to do that is to ensure that we have adequate coastal construction setbacks. So don't build too close to the shoreline. I think that goes without saying. And in Hawaii, we're starting to see the emergence of perhaps the most progressive shoreline setbacks in the nation. They're erosion rate based. So Kauai has maybe the best or more progressive setback that we've seen anywhere. Maui is considering something similar, as is Oahu. So we're starting to see the emergence of erosion rate based variable setbacks. So the more your shoreline's eroding, the further back you should be locating new development. That's the challenge here. It's all for new development. We're still stuck with these legacy projects that are from a generation or two ago. So moving into some of the other options, we have this idea of preservation. And one common method of preserving beaches, at least, is to manage sand. This is actively done on Oahu at a variety of beaches, including Waikiki, Panama Bay, Kailua, where they actually groom the beach. They move sand around. You might be familiar with the stream mouth in Kailua Beach Park, Ka'elepulu. They clear the stream out of the stream mouth in order to allow the stream to discharge. And then it's a question of where do they put the sand? Should they put it high on the beach? Should they put it down by the boat ramp? That's what I mean by sand management. Probably most common or most frequently conducted on the North Shore of Oahu around the beach parks, where we see a lot of foot traffic erosion that actually physically deflates the beach and pushes the sand seaward. Every footstep pushes the beach down a little bit. So the city comes in with bulldozers and reshapes the dune into a more natural feature. So that's one way to actively manage the beach. It's not a long-term strategy, but certainly will help to stabilize beach areas, particularly those that are high impact areas that are public areas. Another way that is a kind of a low impact feel good project is to do dune restoration. And there are, I'm happy to announce that there are more and more of these successful dune restoration projects going on around the state. We're seeing a lot of this work being done on Maui, the North Shore of Maui, as well as the Kihei Coast. They have a variety of dune restoration projects. The probably best example of dune restoration here on Oahu is at Sunset Beach. And here's a before and after shot of Sunset Beach as the bike path began to fail back in 2018. And now a more recent photo of that restored dune after sand pushing and vegetation placement. So I think it goes without saying that it's critically important we protect and restore dunes. We need to get away from these highly manicured, degraded dunes that have soil embedded in them and grass on top. This is typical of a resort type area, and instead have more healthy, active, and dynamic dunes that are able to release sand as needed and then can recover naturally. Maybe they need a little help to recover, but dunes can play a really important part in any coastal management plan for coastal areas. Our Sea Grant program has recently developed some dune restoration guidance, and we have information out there for those that are interested on how to restore dunes and where you plant certain types of vegetation, maybe certain species of plants that do well in certain parts of the dune, how to do dune fencing, and why would you do dune fencing and where. So those are examples of dune restoration guidance that are being developed. We also have examples of preservation through beach restoration, and Waikiki is probably our headliner for that, with repeated efforts to restore the beach in Waikiki. The last couple of efforts have used offshore sand that's pumped to the beach. Seems to be working quite well, at least on that smaller scale, on a site-specific basis in Waikiki. And it's economically justified in Waikiki to continue to do that, at least for the foreseeable future. Then we get into longer term strategies, and the one that has generated a lot of interest globally is this idea of managed retreat. And I mentioned earlier, this idea, is it managed, planned, or is it forced? And big disasters really force us to retreat and ask the question if we want to redevelop those areas that are repeatedly damaged. And I borrowed this image from Chip, thank you, Chip, which is this idea of managed retreat over time. And it's important to think of this, it's not an either or, we don't do this or that, we're probably going to do all of these things over a period of time where they're phased in. And this image, I think, conveys that idea of over time, you slowly start to step back to the point where maybe at some point in the future, there is no coastal development in an area that was already developed with residential development or otherwise. And we're not alone in this. California is developing triggers for adaptation phases. And this is something we're paying a lot of attention to try to understand what that adaptation would look like over time. And there's specific triggers that can be developed. Like how many times a year does an area need to be inundated before we start to implement phased relocation? Boston also serves as a great example of adaptation in the built environment. I'm kind of running short on time, but they just know that Boston is a great example of a dense urban environment that has done a lot of hazard mapping to understand what's at risk. And as a result of which, they've developed a variety of urban adaptation techniques and strategies, including things from like storm barriers that close during a storm to the softer measures like living shorelines and dune restoration. They've also developed more site-specific adaptation measures like dry flood proofing your basement to elevating buildings and having buildings that actually float. So Boston's kind of at the cutting edge of some of this. And as I begin to wrap things up, I just wanted to highlight some examples that are a result of Hurricane Sandy. There was $1 billion that were administered through the Housing and Urban Development to these 6 communities that were affected by Sandy. And these all serve as examples of kind of a post-disaster forced retreat response to these coastal storm hazards. And it ranges from living breakwaters in New York to, if you've heard of the Big U, if you haven't, check it out. It's amazing what they're doing in southern Manhattan to protect that area from future storm hazards. So that's a largely engineered project that involved big storm berms that are now public parks in that southern Manhattan, right next to Wall Street area. And couldn't help but kind of conclude with this common statement that you hear more and more frequently is, if you wage war with water, you will lose. It's just a matter of time. And with that, I'd like to wrap it up. Thank you. I'd like to introduce our next and final speaker, my colleague with the University of Hawaii Sea Grant Program, Amy Wirtz, and she'll be talking about next steps.
Dolan, I'm so little, I can't even see. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Leah, for putting this together, and everyone for being here today. As Dolan said, my name is Amy Wirtz, and I'm with the University of Hawaii Sea Grant College program. I'd like to talk today a little bit about some work that's already been done, and then the next steps that we can take towards addressing this issue that's been so well laid out for us by Hanani and by Dolan, and some of the options that Dolan laid out that have actually already started to be undertaken throughout the state. And kind of our next steps moving forward. So I'll start with talking a little bit about the 2017 Hawaii Sea Level Rise Vulnerability and Adaptation Report. This was completed in 2017, and it was really a very multi-agency process that identified an assessment of Hawaii's exposure and vulnerability to sea level rise. This was where the sea level rise exposure area first came into use throughout the state from the mapping done by CHIPS Group that's already been recognized, and also set out a process for a 5-year review of this as we move forward. So 2022 was 5 years from the 2017 report. And so we did a 5-year report update this year. As a result of the 2017 report, there were 9 recommendations with 49 recommended actions for state and county governments to take to help to reduce that vulnerability to sea level rise. We really focused the 2022 report on 2 pieces. One was updating the science, because the science has changed since 2017. As we heard from Haunani, the city and county of Honolulu has updated the setback or the guidance for the exposure area from 3.2 feet to 3.9 or 4 feet. And so that was all incorporated. And then really the bulk of the report, the 2017 report was about 250 pages. This 2022 is about 30 pages, so a quicker read if you're interested, was really to go through and to take a look at those recommendations and recommended actions and see how are we doing as a state. And the symbols on here represent our progress towards meeting those recommendations and recommended actions. An empty circle means that there's been no known actions that we could report on. Doesn't mean nothing's been done. It's that our team couldn't identify anything that had been done. A quarter circle is that we're starting progress. A half circle is that there's some progress, and a 3/4 circle is that there's been significant progress towards meeting those recommended actions. So we're doing all right. There's actually been a lot of great work that's been done over the last 5 years. Just as some examples of the types of products and tools was use of the sea level rise exposure area. It wasn't adopted in state policy for statewide use of that 3.2 foot planning benchmark, but it is in broad use for all planning across the state in almost all of the county setbacks. And as Dolan noted, those are also getting stronger as time progresses. Kauai has already increased their setbacks and their SMA guidelines, and Oahu and Maui are both currently looking at updates to those, as well as some other guidance for using sea level rise exposure area in local planning decisions, the viewer, managed retreat studies done by the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. And we saw sea level rise being incorporated into all kinds of hazard mitigation planning and DOT adaptation plans for the highways and disaster preparedness and recovery plans. So that was in the big picture, sort of specific to this concern that we're talking about this morning with beaches. There was a recommendation in the 2017 report that allows to enable legacy beaches to persist with sea level rise. I'm not going to read everything off this slide. I just wanted to put it up there so you could see the types of efforts or you could see the recommendations that efforts have been geared towards across the state. And we've made a few updates to this. The team that created the report, for one thing, recommended dropping the word legacy because we didn't have a really good definition for what is a legacy beach. And so we really want to enable all beaches to persist with sea level rise. Some other just very small updates. And then this last one, which is being hidden, unfortunately, was a new recommendation of supporting county parks departments in I can't even do it like that. Right, in doing the management of the beach parks. And so in addition to identifying all of the work that's been done and identifying all of the places where we've made progress, the team also looked at areas of gaps and unmet needs to set those as focus areas for the State Climate Commission, as well as across the state agencies for the work that's done between now and 2027, as we move towards the next 5 years of looking at what we've done as a state to address the issues of sea level rise. So I think these are really important for framing the action and the next steps as we move forward, particularly in the idea of coordinating a holistic approach across multiple government agencies and communities to be able to work together and not at counter purposes to each other. Conserving and adapting Native Hawaiian cultural resources and sites. We've heard a lot about including and ensuring that local knowledge and Native Hawaiian knowledge has a place in the forefront of our planning and how we work together to address these issues. Integrating the equity and justice considerations, stopping the loss of shoreline access, which is a huge issue for a lot of folks across the state. We need to have access to our public trust resource that is our beaches. And integrating economic valuation and ecosystem services of what our natural coastal resources provide to us, making managed retreat a viable option, and as Dolan just talked about, implementing a phased approach to sea level rise. So with all of those things in mind, I want to talk a little bit about a project that we're undertaking in Puna'ulu Beach Park on Oahu. So this project has been funded by a grant from the US Department of Transportation in a partnership between the Hawaii Department of Transportation, the Oahu Metropolitan Planning Organization, and the State Department of Land and Natural Resources to address the erosion that threatens the critical coastal infrastructure that is the Kamehameha Highway on the windward coast. As most of you are probably aware, if you drive up the windward coast, there are areas along the Kamehameha Highway where on any given day, the waves are lapping right up onto the roadway. In several areas along the highway is revetments to protect that critical infrastructure. It's the only way in and the only way out for huge swaths of communities on the windward side. This project at Puna'ulu is aimed towards looking at a place where we still have some beach left. There's beach there that is in front of the highway to identify and investigate green infrastructure options like the ones Dolan just talked about, dune restoration, potentially some beach nourishment. We're really not sure exactly what it will look like to do a pilot to see how we can use green infrastructure rather than seawalls and revetments to protect this critical highway infrastructure and also protect the public trust resource that is our beaches there. So I don't see if this will work. I just want to show you real quick. Okay, that's fine. So this is just an overview of the, oh, it did work. That's good. So one of the key elements that we have of this project is that, yes, there's an element which is contracted out to one of the local engineering firms to do the geotechnical surveys to see what's possible. Is there sand offshore that can be used? What do the physical dynamics look like in the area? But we're not waiting until after that is done. Before those studies were even started, we really began with the community outreach portion of this and to talk to the local community there, to get their knowledge, to incorporate the information that they can bring to us about what do they want to see their beach park look like, what is important there? Are there cultural resources? We know that there's EV that are washing out all along the Kamehameha Highway. What does that mean in Puna'ulu? What do we maybe not know about the area that's important for preservation as well? So as we've started this process, we began with the community outreach. Our team has done 4 days up to this point where we've gone out on the beach and sat and done surveys, educated folks about what the potential options are, and really just listened to what people's concerns are. What I've brought up here is a story map that we put together that links to the location where we are there at Puna'ulu. And I really have to also give a shout out to my colleague at Sea Grant on Maui, Tara Owens, who has done an awful lot of work at Kapakalua Beach Park on the North Shore of Maui with dune restoration and helping to inspire this story map and the way that we've begun to do the community outreach for this. But it's a really useful tool because although people can see that the beach has changed and know that their beach is gone, having a story map like this one really gives the opportunity. This slider is the 2014 beach. You can't see it. Oh, okay, never mind. Thank you, Leah. Anyway, I was showing you a story map that has a slider that's a really useful visualization of how much wider the beach was in 2014 than it is now in 2022. There's a small image of it up there on the screen. And this is an overall informational packet or like a flyer that we had put together for that group. Just a few things that we've learned from the time that we've already spent at the neighborhood board, speaking with the community association, and the time on the beach is we hear a lot that folks want to see a naturalized shoreline. From several people, we've heard that they want the beach to look like it did when they were a child so that they can take their children there because the beach there has eroded away so badly. They want to ensure that they can still fish there, right? Folks don't want to lose the way that they use the space for the, it's a trade-off of conservation or preservation of the beach, but losing fishing access. It's very important for folks to still have their fishing access, concern about the burials, and having a family-friendly multi-use park. And a really important point that we heard is they don't want to have the park be fixed and restored and then to become a magnet for tourism and overuse by folks outside of the community. So I'm presenting this project that we're undertaking at Punaluu with this intergovernmental partnership and how we're approaching it and the community-based approach that we're taking as a next step, right? This is what we can do moving forward to try to implement some of those potential options that Dolan talked about to address the issues of ever rising seas and the loss of our beaches. Thank you.
Mahalo, Amy. I'll just have a shout out to Amy because Amy is a rock star and has helped so much with all of these projects for taking the leading role. So thank you. I know you're all hungry. Hopefully you guys had a snack during the break, so we have some time for questions.
Thank you for those wonderful talks. I had a question about your comment about the high that's being already inundated. And but you talked about what's being done at the beach. But what about the rest of the highway? And what are the plans there? Or is that sort of being put down the, well, anyway, what are the plans for that?
I'll be careful not to speak for the Department of Transportation Highways. Part of this project is to identify as a pilot, can we do something here at Punaluu that can then be translated to other areas of the Kamehameha Highway or other areas of critical infrastructure that are being threatened? Currently, there's revetments in some locations along the Kamehameha Highway, and unfortunately, in some of those areas in Ka'ava, for example, where it's very threatened, and there have been EV that were washing out over the summer, more emergency revetments planned to ensure that we maintain that critical infrastructure and access for those communities while trying to reduce the footprint, at least, of that revetment and maybe maintain some beach. But I also do know that DOT is looking at other options to try to find ways to protect the highway without building seawalls.
Aloha, Kapono Gowan, interim. For the ranking of your objectives and goals that you laid out, how you're meeting the different goals at different levels, what framework did you use to set your goals and objectives?
You mean for the 2022 update to the sea level rise report? That it was a very subjective measure, right? As our team looked at the actions that have been taken to determine whether it was some progress, like starting progress or some progress, there was no quantitative analysis that was done. It was more looking at the overall impact and the actions that have been taken. And some of the where we've said that there's progress, it's progress, right? There was intentional that there was no, like, we've met this goal, is that if there has been initiatives that have started across the agencies of the county or the state level, kind of looking at what the impacts of those have been and how far along in the process they are, was how we determined the level of starting or some progress.
You. Managing retreat is one of the most pernicious of our adaptations. We have a natural. Communicating convincingly the need to undertake managed retreats. Was Sea Grant doing anything in particular to acknowledge that communication issue? Thanks.
Stab at that. That's a tough question. As far as Sea Grant, we don't have a specific project looking at managed retreat, but it's a tool in our toolbox, and we commonly talk, as I presented, there's all these things that we could be doing. Sea Grant does work in that realm in trying to help inform people of what's possible. From an academic standpoint, this is of huge interest to not just me, but a whole bunch of people in the room, even on how we do managed retreat, where we do it, why would we do it? And then the big one that you hear all the time now is how do we pay for it? It's not just buying people out, too, by the way. There's a variety of ways that we can do managed retreats. So we are working in that field as far as part of an adaptation strategy that is part of a suite of tools. We don't have a lot of experience with managed retreat in Hawaii. We're hoping that will change soon. And one of those that I mentioned briefly is post-disaster. It's really a big opportunity. We can't wait for a disaster, but if and when there is one, that's the opportunity to do more whole-scale change. And you're right, it's intertwined with all these emotional and socioeconomic issues. So we don't have a good answer for how to address those other than let's try a couple and see how it goes. And I didn't really answer your question, but sorry.
All right. One more question and then we'll eat.
Okay, Dr. Kane mentioned that there's been equity issues in terms of the energy and resources going into adaptation in urban versus rural spaces. I was just wondering if any of the speakers have innovative ideas or sort of dream world plans that you would like to see to increase the resources that go to adaptation in our rural communities.
I love these questions. You dream big. What can we do when we dream big?
Oh, I have so many dreams.
Some of the work that we're doing on Hawaii Island is looking at some of the rural communities. We're currently working on a project that looks at Keaukaha, as well as starting to expand it to other portions of Hilo and some parts of the west side of Hawaii Island as well. What we're looking at is natural resources like coral reefs, intertidal habitats, and how they may potentially evolve with changes in sea level. We're also just kind of on the cusp of starting to look at if there is space for those places to migrate. Will they be impeded by development, current development or expanding development? As you know, some parts of Kona are the fastest growing in the US. And I think there's a lot of space and work to be done with the native plant communities. I just looked at the sea level rise report and the bubble was very barely filled. So hoping we can work on that as well. I don't know if you guys have. Okay.
Thank you. We're okay. One more question, then we'll go to lunch.
Hi, my name is Anne. Just joined my name from Kenya. And I'm just looking at what you're doing in Hawaii and trying to relate with what you're going on back home. And do you have any spaces for indigenous knowledge in terms of management of the shoreline? Because from back home, we have lots of rural communities in the shorelines, and I think it will be great if like you incorporate that so that they can be able to learn with what you guys are doing here. Maybe our development is not as fast as yours. Yeah, but that's it.
Yeah,
I think that's something that we're trying to work on as well. There was a course that was offered, you might be interested in taking it, phono science, as well as another course that Lori Lunny and Maria Kudabawa have put together where they're looking at, I think, Cami, were you in that course? Yeah, I know about that. So there are some courses at UH with professors that are looking at some of those things and working to build community management plans and planning for the future specific to certain communities, many of which have large populations that would have indigenous perspectives on how to, sorry, I'm sitting down again. Indigenous perspectives on how to approach solutions as well. We can talk more too.
Okay. Well, mahalo to our wonderful speakers. It's really amazing. We can go eat now. We are running a little bit behind schedule, but I would still ask you folks to try and get back here for 1 o'clock. I know it's a quick turnaround. There's food available on campus for purchase. I think all of the campus eateries are open and accessible to us. So enjoy, and we'll see you back here at 1. Mahalo.
Some more, there's new, new PowerPoints. Oh, yes.
Welcome back, everybody. We're gonna get started in a few minutes. If you take your seats.
All right, aloha, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming back after an abbreviated lunch hour. And we're so glad that you came back and are here for our next panel. We're going to change up the format a little bit. And we have a panel on youth climate action with some excellent young leaders that are going to be talking about different needs and future gaps to address climate action across the state. So it's an impressive young group of young leaders, advocates, and scholars. They're going to be having an open conversation about their thoughts on key climate actions in Hawaii, including the importance of having a network, equity and adaptation processes going forward, and the impacts of tourism. The panel is going to be facilitated by Dyson Chi, who's the executive director of the Hawaii Youth Climate Coalition. Come on up, Dyson. And we'll include remarks from Kainoa Azama, who everybody saw this morning from the Pule, who is the former state president of the Hawaii Future Farmers of America Association and is appointed to the Honolulu Youth Commission. Mariko Quinn, a UH undergraduate student who's done research with HIMB. Sabrina Cohen, who's also with the Hawaii Youth Climate Coalition, excuse me. Logan Lee, who does work with the Citizens Climate Lobby. And Noah Sumayasa with the Wipeout Crew, an eco-conscious service club at Kaiser High School. So welcome to our panel of youth, and we are really looking forward to the discussion today.
Thank you so much, everyone, again, for taking the time to come out to this panel. And please, let's give a warm round of applause to these panelists, many of whom are skipping school today to be on this panel. With that, we'll launch straight into questions, and we'll be taking audience questions after these first three questions. So our first question is, what does a healthy network look like, and what is its importance when facing the climate crisis? So we can start with either Kainoa or Noah, and then we'll go down the line.
All right, I'll start. That's right. So, and actually, I volunteer at a wetland in Hawaii called Keababa. There, I volunteer with many other volunteers, weekends, weekdays, and the wetland site is kind of like a network where people who have to work together, volunteer in different positions and jobs to help make this wetland be a healthy ecosystem and habitat for whatever we're protecting And the ecosystem is, I mean, the network is healthy, and it's useful because of the communication between volunteers and through cooperation and different programs, I mean, in different sites, at the wetland. And similar to a network that would needed to solve the climate issue. And what also makes the network healthy is the ability to be able to solve an issue effectively when there's so many parts to it, and when there's something working at the same time or separately.
Hi, so I think that the importance of a healthy network is that climate change is such a big issue that affects all of our life. It affects everyone, and the way that it affects everyone allows us to create a united front, and it connects all of us, no matter who we are. It's gonna affect us all in the end because we all live on this big blob named Earth, and climate change is kind of what's ruining the planet for us. And so the fact that it affects all of us allows us to come together and form a network in which we all work together for the greater goal. I think it's important to have a healthy network because if we're all working towards the same goal, we can all pool our resources, our knowledge. Everyone might have different specialties, different ideas for what they think would be best. And if we hear all of the voices, we can keep everyone's opinions, everyone's needs under consideration, and also improve each other, improve the network in order to make the biggest impact. Climate change is the big issue of my generation. It's the defining moment of our future, and the network that we create decides what our future will look like. Creating a united, healthy network means that we're going to choose to make a united future where we're all working to move the world better for everyone.
I know that when I started first getting involved in environmentalism, it was because I learned more about vegetarianism, and that kind of like put me into this rabbit hole of like learning so much and becoming so passionate about the youth climate movement and just the moment that so many people are standing up and trying to make a difference with their lives. And I remember being 12 and terrified of everything, but especially of the fear that I wouldn't have a future. And I think that is such a deep-seated fear for all of us. I mean, we're young people, we want to live long, healthy, happy lives, but it seems like that's getting harder and harder every day. But when I joined an organization and once I started networking and talking to people who are passionate about the same things I am, I realized that I'm not alone in this, and there's so many people that care so much, and it's just beautiful to see so many different perspectives and beliefs come together and work towards one thing. And so I think that's what a network is. It's understanding that you're not alone in what you're fighting for, and that you have people to support you. That's kind of what keeps the existential doom from consuming me every day. But also, I think the youth climate movement especially has always been a movement of collective empowerment. It's always been mass action, people coming together. No one person can do everything, and we shouldn't have to try. We should have people there to support us.
So very similar to what was said previously, I think that climate change is such an all-encompassing, massive issue that we really have to let go of this idea that there's going to be one approach or one strategy that we should target the most that will result in the most improvement. Coming from the background of working in the coral restoration and coral conservation field for the last 5 years, there's a lot of pressure originally about like, is your method the best one? Does that make the best sense? Should we be focusing on restoration? Should we be focusing on different grow-out strategies for coral? And we're spending so much time trying to figure out what the best strategy is, when really what we're starting to realize now is we need a variety of different solutions prepared and implemented around the same time to target a similar issue. Very similar things should be implemented with climate change. Instead of focusing on exactly what solution is, let's develop a bunch of different priorities to focus on as a group.
For the answering all of those questions and then just like pulling from your folks' responses. I think one of the things that really sticks out to me of what makes a network healthy, one of the key words, right, and just separating the word is net and making it work. Are we gonna even catch something at the end of the day? One of the things that even from learning from the elders in our communities, one thing I learned is that one big push that we always have to make is we cannot tackle some of these issues by looking at it as organizations, as agencies, but rather to approach it as a family, as an ohana. Do we know where we come from? All of us we eat from this land, we eat from this, we drink these waters. So, and in the perspectives of our kupuna, that's ohana in itself. As we said in the prayer today, recognizing Grandmother Moon always there to guide us with the tides and the times, Grandfather Sun, as well as the Earth Mother and the woman who is the sea in which all life came from to begin with. When we start to shift our relationships and include, when we talk about ohana, not only the family that we choose, which I hope we choose to live with each other, but also the family that we're never without. It changes our relationships and then how we see, how not only we see the natural world, but also how we look at each other. So in looking at new models of business, you're not gonna take food from your cousins or your sister's mouths when we're looking for that, talking about economic models or all these things. That's where the equity sort of ties in. And I know that's going to be a following question. But to me, that's one of the biggest components is, are we looking at each other as family as much as are we looking at the earth as part of that family? One of the cool things about our kupuna when we study the language is one of our words for friend is ku'u. It means beloved. But ku'u is also in reference to the knots on a net. And I think that's one of the biggest things is as long as we can have these interpersonal relationships and look at each other in a way where we value making sure that every single one of us goes home full and goes home with this home a little better for the next people who are going to inherit it, then it's going to start to shift the outcomes that we're seeing, because the conditions in which we're experiencing today oftentimes focus on the me and not the we. So now it's so critical that in our spaces, in our workspaces and everything, it's always family at the end of the day. The other thing to kind of putting it and closing off on this note in regards to what a healthy network looks like is there's a wise saying from our kupuna, or as we say, olelo no eo, and it says, Heva'a himoku, himoku heva'a. An island is a canoe and a canoe is an island. And in that understanding, when you do voyaging and when you learn from the voyagers, myself, I've never voyaged, but in speaking to those that have, they say, in order for us to make the distance, we need to work together. If you want to go fast, then you can go alone. But if we want to make the distance, then let's go together. And we need to learn how to work with one another. And I think that's critical, not only for Hawaii, but also for the world, is recognizing that are we not all islanders on this island called Earth, moving through a sea of space and time? The key is in our navigation, the key is in our relationships, and then making sure that we can go to that distance, because guess what? They didn't make it if they was all starving on the boat and the boat didn't have what it needs. Nowadays, we tend to take more than what we need and start to take what we want, but in turn taking from other people too. So how do we make sure, again, going back to that point as a family, that we are all going home full and leaving this place better, because it's not just the family that we have now, but the family that's going to be inherent after, or those who come after, and honoring all those who came before. But that's key, right? So hopefully we all learn how to work together on this canoe, because I don't plan on having it sinking. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Mahalo tayo.
That was the first question. We already have so much wisdom from these five. Also, I appreciate all of the applause and support that you're all giving to our panelists. But for the sake of time, if we can hold all that applause to have one giant round of applause at the very end of this panel, that would be much appreciated and awesome. So with that, our next question is, what do equitable and just transitions and solutions to the climate crisis look like to you? And this time, let's go in reverse order.
Very good. There, now I can hear myself and you can hear me. But again, it goes into that shifting of our relationships. You know, when you start to see people as family and take that approach, you start to change how your actions are gonna be in terms of like how much you care for them and how much they're included too. And I don't want to answer for I only can speak for our community, which in most times and most instances is inequitable, but sometimes the solutions come from them. We cannot look at it as a top-down solution, but look for the key people in those communities and then start to ask that question, because we lead with inquiry and not always answers of like, what do you actually need and how do we help better prepare you? For our community, one of the things that Kupuna also says when it comes to leading with inquiry, and I think this is where the inquiry is so very important into shifting, because when we ask the right questions, it also shifts the answer. So one of the things they always said to us was, OPO was, you need to ask yourselves these 3 questions. And if you can answer the 3 questions, you'll always have a balanced society. The first question, and it's one of the most, I don't want to say each one is more important than the other, but it's super key, is, are the children fed? Not only literally, but also are we feeding them intellectually to give them what they need in order to move forward? And I don't think boxing them, knowing that we're going to be inheriting a climate emergency and boxing them in a 4-walled classroom and then us enjoying this beautiful AC is going to get a good condition for us to solve anything. And that's coming from my perspective. What does the school of the future look like? It's another question that feeds into that, in which we start to experience the environment and actually live the solutions. Makahana ka ike, in working we do, in doing we learn. My apologies. The second question that always needs to be asked is, do the women feel safe? And that's in reference to our young girls and also to our future mothers. Because if they don't feel safe, then something's really wrong, just like bottom line. And then the third question is, are the elderly comfortable? Because at the end of everybody's life cycle, it should have a comforting transition into what comes next, which is always a part of the natural cycle. But in terms of equity and all of these things, I think it's leading with these 3 questions. Is like super strategic, and then also taking the time to ask the question to those communities that are affected of what can we do and how do we prepare you? Because like I said, it's all about the questions and then we can find the right answers. And so that's what I think is my sort of
I think that one of the big things in coming up with solutions to the climate crisis is we hear from a lot of people in a lot of different spaces. The problem with the climate is the humans. Humans are killing the planet. But the thing is, indigenous people were never killing the planet. They were living in harmony with the earth for hundreds of years. So the issue isn't humans that are killing the planet, it's certain people's mindsets that are killing the planet. And we have to shift our thinking from people who just have an appreciation for the natural world and look at it as a resource that can support us, and instead looking at it for what it is, which is a relationship. We have to have a positive relationship with the natural world, which is a give and take on both sides. We owe her, she owes us, and we have to support her in all of the ways that we haven't been doing in the past. And once we start looking towards shifting that mindset, that also means prioritizing the voices of the people who have had that mindset for hundreds of years. Indigenous traditional ecological knowledge is probably going to be the absolute priority and what we should all be listening to moving forward. And when it comes down to that, it also comes down to those of us who are not from those groups. Sometimes we are going to reach a point where it is time for us to sit down and we say, okay, you guys know what you're doing. We don't. Let's hear what you have to say. So when we start shifting our mindset into how we can support the earth instead of just we appreciate her for not being a beautiful natural resource, then we can start working on building that relationship into a productive, long-term, sustainable one.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with everything that's been said. I really want to emphasize again that, as Kanoa said, it can't be a top-down. The solutions that we need to build equitable transitions into, because the world is going to look different. We can't go back to how we lived 10, 50, 100 years ago. It's just not going to happen. So we do need to find a way to transition into a healthy, sustainable lifestyle, living with the earth and not harming her anymore. And those solutions cannot come from the top down. They need to come from the communities that need them most. They need to come from Indigenous communities. They need to come from young people. They need to come from historically marginalized Black and Brown communities in the Global South. They need to come from the people that have lived these struggles and have spent so much time thinking about like solutions and just have not been heard.
Think that a lot of the groups that have had solutions for these problems, that have had sustainable ways of living, are now at risk, the most risk even. And that's a problem because they're the people who have found a way to live in harmony with the environment. They've been trying to keep this natural harmony with us and Mother Earth the whole time, and now yet they're the ones in trouble. I think it's important to keep in mind when we're making transitions that there's always going to be, well, the way it is now, there's someone at the bottom, and that should not be the way it is. There's a way to make a transition when we're making the world better, since it affects everyone. No one should be put at the bottom and have to suffer, so the rest go to the top. I think that especially, are you going to look a little child in his eyes or her eyes and tell them, take away their food? Are you going to look them in their eyes and watch as a storm tears away their house? Or the sea level rises and their island is now underwater? Are you going to look a family in their eyes and watch as they're torn apart? Because I think thinking about the changes that we make in the past, we've tried to make the world for the better, and it's become better for some and not as good for others as we try to improve. So now I think knowing what we've had in the past, history does not need to repeat itself. We can give a just transition to all, and there's a way to do it. It might be difficult. There's so many different groups, as Sabrina said, the historically marginalized Black and Brown groups, also just all the different groups. But I think if we've been able to make it this far as a race, and even to the point where we're having these talks about the environment, we've realized there's something that we need to do about it. We have a way to be able to change the future and look into sustainable other ways of doing things. I mean, if you go back 200 or 400 years in time, who would have said, look, we have lights and you can just flip a switch and look, it's like the sun in a building. And so if we were able to, we couldn't think of that 400 years ago. What's to say in like a century or another 400 years, we can't just be living in a 100% renewable world? I mean, what's the possibilities are endless. And I think going back to past ways of living of Indigenous peoples and other groups is an important way to look at those features, because there's things that, I mean, I remember when I was at 4th grade learning Native Hawaiian stories, and I was learning about all these things like the Lo'i system and how they would move the nutrients. The nutrients would be moved through the Lo'i with the stream water, and then the nutrients would go to the fish pond, and that would allow the fish to flourish and those kinds of things. I mean, you don't need some fancy electronic thingamajig to do it. There's been ways, it's been done for years, like centuries. And I think if we look at our pool of knowledge, the great libraries and knowledge that we have, we can go back to learn how to make things better for everyone.
Everything I said is amazing. And I basically agree 100% that the way we need to be looking at this is a lot different than how we have been doing it so far. And I really think also that the real key could be like giving the opportunity, the chance and the resources to those people who are indigenous or native, like even in this island, the chance and even like the land to be able to basically revert it to the way it was, or to implement their techniques for how they have been able to steward it, manage the land for us. Also, I also think that it's really important to give people who are, like you said, marginalized the seat at the table. But first, also being able to give the youngest generation, the youth, the chance to understand the situation that they're in, and kind of how it can be improved, and that by doing that is, and the way to do that is um, to have more programs that take the youth, marginalized youth into natural spaces, to see ecosystems and to see maybe how place could be if they weren't living where they were, how maybe they want to see the future. It's not really fair that we have, a lot of us have the chance to do stuff like that and a lot of people don't. And that's a lot of people that have not been given the same chance as us and given a chance to also kind of expand their minds and see what they might have an idea for a solution for this problem. We may be able to create, or we may be able to like think about solutions that we believe are best for those people, but the people who are going to be in the biggest trouble when it comes to climate change should also have the equal chance, going back to equability, equability, and should have an equal chance to solve this issue with us. So by starting at a younger age, that's how we can get more voices and more people to, like us, come up here and share their perspective after living in a place that has been so drastically affected by everything going on, even the issues of climate change that are already coming. And that can also connect to even the returning of land and native people who have different ways of stewarding it and of managing it compared to how we do it. It's all about like giving them a fair chance. Like some of us have been given a chance to explore ways that they could benefit their future, just like how we want to benefit our future or change it.
With that, we'll move on to the last question before we move on to the audience questions. So this is kind of a loaded question, but I guess we'll keep our answers brief so that way we have enough time to hear what questions you all have. This last question is, how can we weave climate action into tourism? Tourism being a big part of Hawaii's life, essentially. And what does sustainable tourism look like to you, if it even exists in the future?
So kind of something I don't really look at a lot is, tourism is so important in Hawaii, but I don't like to focus on that. But really, we haven't really come up with that many good solutions to how we can make tourism more sustainable in Hawaii. It's all mostly about how we can benefit our economy and stimulate it, but not how we can make it sustainable for the future. And I think that in Hawaii, something we can do, since I do a lot of like forestry work. I think that maybe introducing tourists to forestry work or conservation work, restoration, when they come to the island, they can also give back instead of just taking in, not instead of just taking our resources, they can give back or they can help grow something for the future when they come here. That can be something that's sustainable instead of, just one-sided. And also just changing the way that, also like more specifically like waste in Hawaii, the amount of waste that's produced from just us and then also tourism stacked on top of it can be managed differently and can be mitigated or restricted or changed so that there's not as much trash ending up in Hawaii, burned or lies in the ocean. Even more than that, tourism pretty much is something that isn't sustainable at all or in any way can be sustainable, and which means that it's best to be restricted, which is probably not likely, but is what is the best solution if we want to become a more sustainable island, is to have less tourism. But who knows if that would ever happen. Yeah.
I think that there is a solution to all of this. I think that tourism, there's pros and there's cons. A lot of our economy is tourism. There's a lot of things here in Hawaii that we would not be able to have if not for tourism, but that doesn't mean we can't make it more sustainable. When you think about Hawaii and there's certain actions we say, I'm gonna go to Hawaii, I'm gonna do this and this. It's not necessarily the best for the island. And I think part of it is also ignorance, not ignorance purposely on their part, but also a form of blissful ignorance. They don't know what they're doing. But I mean, as people who live here, we know what's happening. We can see maybe they're here for a week, but we see what happens when the storms get stronger, when the shores start to flood, when I mean the weather gets hotter, everything gets more extreme. I think there's ways to implement it. Hawaii is a very culture rich area. I think if we could intertwine pieces of the culture into the tourism, ways like we might take tourists, there's an option to go to the lo'i or fish pond and be able to help out with building those places. There's a lot of work to be done with Hawaiian culture and indigenous methods that we can encourage. And a lot of tourists, I'm sure, would be interested in going to learn about culture. I mean, it's probably so very different from places they might have come from. And just giving the option and making it known that there are these things that you can do, even learning to appreciate the nature of Hawaii instead of just Waikiki and I can go and appreciate all of the shopping malls. You can go and appreciate the mountains, all of the different species, and while understanding that the things that you do have effects on the island around you, you can the tourists, I guess the tourists can understand. Keep that in mind when they make decisions.
I think first and foremost, tourists should be required to complete some sort of like education program to learn about Hawaii's environmental issues before they come here. They should be educated. They should know, don't wear poisonous sunscreen if you're swimming in the ocean because it kills reefs. Like very basic knowledge that people who have not grown up here might not know. Some of these people have never lived on the shoreline near an ocean, and they just might not know how to engage with that environment. So just basic education, I think, could make a world of difference. I also think that it would be incredibly beneficial to have some sort of required community service, preferably in the natural environmental fields. I know this has been going on in lots of other tourism hotspots, or at least being floated in a lot of conversations. But just having people that come here to enjoy themselves go out and actually contribute something while they're here. Like our island is giving you these wonderful natural resources and this wonderful beauty. And the least you can do is try to give back in some small way. And it can even be enjoyable. You know, I'm sure so many people would enjoy like going on a nature hike and picking up trash or something small. On the legislative side, there's been a lot of really bright ideas being floated around about charging a green fee, I know it's called. I met with a member of the green fee team that's pushing out legislation recently, and it's super interesting, super promising, like having people that come here pay a small fee that is contributed to an environmental conservation fund that the state can then use to address environmental inequities, solve problems, things like that. Having a like managed fund from money from tourism would be, I think, great.
So for me, I think that sustainable tourism isn't really an end goal. It's more of a harm reduction strategy for an end goal of ultimately phasing out tourism as our #1 industry in the state. That being said, I think that Hawaii Green Fee is an excellent first step towards sustainable tourism. Kind of to that effect, if you go to many other states, such as Washington, if you want to do a lot of their hikes, you have to pay like a $5 fee to get a permit to do a hike. And then you're able to park there and you can do the hike and that kind of thing. Implementing something like that at some of our more fragile ecosystems in the state, so that we, one, have a way of tracking really how many people are using this trail, but also we have more funds to be able to actually sustain this trail and give it the restoration that it needs. That kind of thing is very beneficial. Similar to what happened at Hanauma Bay over the pandemic, they decided to kind of come down on the number of people that are allowed into that area every day. I think that we need to be more realistic about implementing those kind of restrictions on many of our sites across the state, and really having a group of policymakers, but also researchers who are consistently monitoring some of our more fragile ecosystems, so that we have people who can say, we have reached our quota, we need to close this place down for a little bit. is, I think, really important going forward.
Mahalo for all of your answers too, just like beautiful. One thing that's popping into my mind, I'm kind of more of the I'm a more mean than these guys. But when it comes to like the HTA, right? $17 million goes to branding education, another 28 million goes to branding in itself, 45 million total if I'm doing the math correctly in my head, and I'm not a math whiz. But I would think if we took 1 million of that and told a lot of people not to come to Hawaii, I think they'd still come. So in that, I think we need a reinvestment strategy of what we actually put our money where our mouths are in terms of how we're looking at tourism and our relationship with it. Because I opened my Instagram. Sorry, we're the generation where we can't play on the street anymore. But I opened my Instagram and I always see tourism posts and even Oprah saying, come to Hawaii. It's the state of health. So I don't really think the HTA needs all that money for branding. The other thing I think about too is like, we have 12 million visitors here, like I think annually now. And we're still flushing drinking water down the toilet despite a Red Hill water crisis. That's kind of crazy to me. As my Kumu Mehana would say, humans, we're so vain. But I would hope we'd like to shift the thinking and shift the strategy of finding equilibrium into if all these people are gonna come, where's the equilibrium and what they take, they give back. One thing I really admire in Aotearoa, and I know it's not a perfect system, and I'd like to learn more about it too myself. That's another thing, education again. Here we go, teaching kids in a four-walled classroom by the book. Meanwhile, there's a world that's changing. But one of the things that came out of the Aina Aloha Economic Futures Plan, as I was listening in a lot of those discussions, was talking about, can we consider a quality mark assurance program like New Zealand has or a Quillmark, where it starts to measure how the tourist services and hotel services are managing their waste, managing their investments into the environment in order to give them a certain like gold, bronze, or silver standing. I can't remember all of it, platinum even. But I'm like I said, I'm a little more vicious. So it's like, for all of us, we have to make a certain conditions in a kitchen in order to pass the DOH, green light test of like, hey, this is a good place that makes sure that everybody's safe. I think it's the same thing you need to do with all of these hotels and all of these services. By the amount these people are taking, they should be investing just as much to our watersheds, to our fisheries, to our, as I see Senator Gabbard, less than 1% of the state budget goes to ag. And it's like, our ag issues have not changed in the past. Like, I've only been doing this for 5 years and I've noticed there's a lot of talking. But it's time we start to see the action and finding the equilibrium measures where we can hold people accountable to leave this place a little better than when they got it. And preferably to leave it whole. So looking at things like Quillmark, and if you don't meet the standards, like I said, like DOH, we're gonna close you down. But that's just me and my imagination and my naiveness moving into post-college career. Anyway, sorry, go back there.
First off, let's give a round of applause to our panelists. So I think we have time for a couple of questions. So if anyone in the audience has a question, please raise your hand now and we'll give you the mic. Shy, huh?
Thank you all. That was wonderful. I'm curious if you all have thoughts about meaningful policy and administrative changes that we can make to increase the power and involvement of youth in climate decision making in the state.
Say something really quick on this. I think the Youth Commission was an excellent development. I have a lot of people I work with that have been on it. And I've seen it make so much positive change already in terms of like youth feeling confident enough to go out and like speak our minds on these issues. Like finally being given a seat at the table, I think has done wonders just for the general self-confidence of of the people I know. And I think that just getting, this isn't necessarily a legislative or administrative change, but one of my passions is youth civic engagement. So getting youth excited and involved and educated about how to engage with the legislative process and how to engage with our government, also to make them into more responsible voters in the future. But it can just be so empowering, I think, to know how and have the skills and have the knowledge to engage with our government in that way and make a change and give your voice on these issues. Like I can't vote, but I can testify on legislation and give my thoughts that way. And I think just having more education programs centered around teaching young people about our government and about our civic system would be immensely beneficial.
I completely agree. I think there's so many possibilities in terms of policy and administration for youth to encourage youth action. I think one thing is making sure youth know that there's the possibility of being able to take action, knowing that there's things like the Hawaii Youth Climate Coalition and other ways to take action. I mean, I think that a lot of our, most of the youth, I would assume, know what climate change is, and I've heard of it. It's a pretty big deal, but do they know how they can take action, that it's not just the adults doing things, that they can go and write a testimony about how they feel about climate change and submit it and how big of a difference it can make, about how impactful they can be. I think in terms of administrative, maybe teaching a way to teach youth about the impact they can make and how it's a big problem, but we can all do our part. We can all take small action and form a bigger, I guess.
Then I think it's cool. We're gonna do one more question. Oh, okay. Go for it, Kainoa.
To take a shot at this one. One thing I think would be like really meaningful is like, even like for the governor, he has a cabinet. It'd be nice to have like a youth section in that cabinet where our OPO are represented. The other thing too is looking at the restrictions on what's preventing our generation to experience working on AINA, and in turn working with our own communities, because where I was at Castle High School, and I can only say from an alumni perspective, we used to have a AINA co-op ed class where we'd actually work in the environment, work with elders in our community, and revitalizing that circular structure of learning. Because some of the things that I find, and this is just me as a youth leader, we're doing is we're repeating some stuff that have already been tried. So how do we know without the wisdom of those who have done the work to inform us what's worked in the past, what have you guys tried, until we're doing something new? If not, we're going to be stuck going up and down and up and down, and it's time to make our way back around. So really hoping that we can start to look at even the restrictions in our schools, how to reduce those restrictions to get us to experience our environment. Because like I said, unless we're the climate change, as much as we're looking at it as a future thing that we're going to inherit, it's here already. It's been changing even back to the times of our kupuna. But the thing with them was they're always living on the land, working in ties where again, like the term ecosystem, echoes, I believe is Greek for home, system, systema meaning system. So it's like, when did we lose track with these things being separate? So then again, now bringing people back into the experience of having these experiences hands-on and to seeing the changes happening. And thus, when you're seeing the changes, you tend to adjust. So until we're experiencing what a future even looks like, or experiencing the present for that matter, I don't think we're going to get the solutions we need. So how do we reduce those restrictions for the kids as well as even for adults? I think it's super critical. Sorry, Dyson.
All right, and then for the sake of time, we're gonna boil it down to our last question. So if someone in the audience can raise their hand, and we'll give the mic to you.
Bonogal and NRAM. A couple of you touched on a few points that draw my interest. I'm research social media marketing techniques being co-opted for conservation and environmental uses. And you both spoke about how predatory it can be at some times, where people are using it to push narratives you don't want, and also the need for education. And it seems that co-opting these for a more positive purpose seems like it'd be a really effective way to inform people, gather input, but it's barely being used for that purpose at all. From your points of view, why do you think that is?
I think that
I think that one of the things that we need to work on from an education level, starting all the way at the bottom, is teaching our kids to be social media educated, enhancing education so that people can filter out misinformation and what kind of posts are not being made by people with genuine intention. Social media is an incredible tool, and I know many people who have been influenced by it very positively in the climate education space. It's a great way to get the word out. It's a great way to build a following. But I do think that we need to start educating our kids all the way from the youngest age to be just a little bit more savvy on those kind of platforms so they can use it in the best way possible.
Yeah, I think one of the key things, right, is it's the new way of storytelling anymore. We don't have to do the chants and all the dances as much. So now how do we shift the storytelling to train our children to be able to orate these stories to a global perspective? And I think again, like I look at it as a tool that we can use to where people don't have to come to Hawaii to learn what it means to be Ha, the breath of life, to honor the true spirit, the true law, the law of the spirit of the land, the law of the spirit of the air, and the law of the spirit of the water. So these are things that we can start to take advantage of, but I don't think we've been just providing even like the right questions for our youth to even do that. So that's something, and even now too, right? Even technology is changing. We have the potential for a metaverse to create three-dimensional worlds and models without impacting this one. What a beautiful thing. So that's a whole nother tangent for a whole nother time, but how can we make even touch up bases into catching our children up into those fields to create their own artificial worlds and stories and see how they work in an actual field where people are joining in and trying social science at an actual level where we can start to measure without totally testing it out and leaving inequitable communities again. But sorry, total, like now we're going into like fourth dimension here. But just I'll leave it at that.
Just turned it off. I think that social media's potential for good absolutely cannot be understated. So many people my age, especially, I'm like swamped down in schoolwork. I don't go outside as much as I really honestly should. And like my friends and I, we get most of our information from the news feeds from social media. And it can also be a great way to like mass spread information about current social like events that are going on, and like just you get that information and personal perspectives really, really quickly. I think in terms of social media being used to advance climate organizing and activism, social media can be very, very scary. And there's just like it's this massive influx of information. You are suddenly bombarded with the entire world suffering on a Saturday morning. I've cried. But I think people get scared of trying to use social media to that end because, again, when you put just out this information, sometimes, I'm not saying this very well, but I think social media can be a comforting space, and it can be a space to share like, hey, I went to a cool restaurant last night and I got some really good food and I'm just telling my friends about it. And social media absolutely should be that. It should be a space where you can kind of relax a little bit and share like the more harmless, happy moments of your life. But again, it has tremendous potential for social good, and it really, really needs to be used to that purpose. So I think, again, like Mari said, teaching kids from a young age, like how to navigate this, how to deal with the dread and the doom and the doom scrolling, and teaching them how to balance using their social medias as a personal platform, as a way to connect with friends and family around the world, while also using their social media to push narratives that they actually believe in, such as climate information, or like, hey, there's this organization that's doing this thing, or there's this volunteer opportunity. So I think young people need to be taught how to find that balance.
Yeah, I think definitely. I know some people have had social media from a very young age, like elementary school. I personally didn't get it until I was almost in high school. So I think I had a pretty good idea of the world once I got it. But for people who are very easily influenced, there's a lot of things on there. I mean, sometimes I'll be scrolling through and it's like, whoa, like what's that? Like something totally shocking. But I think pertaining to Hawaii, there's a lot of ideas out there. I mean, when you think of Hawaii, even you'll think, oh, everywhere is like a full sandy beach and it'll be beautiful and blue. And I want to know, like, Waikiki, what full sandy beach? I mean, the one with where there's exposed concrete because there's so much erosion, the one where there's trash, plastic everywhere. You want to go to the coast around where there's microplastics all over in the sand. Is that like the beach? So I think that focusing it around different aspects of Hawaii, where it's not just we're gonna go here, it's gonna be beautiful, and we're gonna go and take. I think it's more if we can focus it of the social media and about Hawaii around giving back to Hawaii, about this is Hawaii, but it's not this perfect place. And there's also all of these groups. There's things that you can do and even activities that you can do there pertaining more to the system, going back to the previous question about sustainable development and sustainable activities in Hawaii, focusing tourism around that and even advertisement, not painting Hawaii as this beautiful, perfect place, but also showing that there are things that there are when you're going into Hawaii, keeping into mind the things that are here and things, actions that you can take.
I wouldn't say I agree, but I also think I've seen a lot of that stuff on social media. That do advertise the ways that we can a better place, pertaining to like climate issues. Like I mean, the White Club crew and myself included, where our club do advertise those things, the stuff we do, and the information we want to spread. We do use social media, but I'd say it just isn't that effective right now. And that's why it's also, I think it's a good idea to be able to teach the younger generation to spot these things in the media that they search through. On the internet, and that it's pretty important to know like what information is key into understanding what's happening right now in the world. I'd say that's not like, I wouldn't say that's just not used to try to like, I said social media, I said that's not that social media isn't used for creating solutions or trying to like advertise solutions, but it's just mostly because it's not effective right now, or it's not as widely seen as you'd think it would be. That it's sometimes it's hard to get it through the system and to have people see it and spread it around. Since it's such a vast ocean of information and topics that it's hard to just have what we want to spread or what we want to put through it always work out. I would like to learn a little bit more about how social media is going to be a good medium for contributing to this ongoing solution. I'm sure it will be very beneficial to the future. Maybe it's just not in motion yet. I'm sure it will be soon. Yeah.
Awesome. Let's give another round of applause to our panelists.
Thank you all. Super stoked to have these folks come join us, especially because they did have to skip out on some school. So we appreciate it. And mahalo to your teachers. If you need a note, reach out to me. I'm willing to give you one. Yeah, really impactful stuff from our youth. And I'm really happy that, and this is by design. But now we have our amazing panel on climate in the legislature. So we're going to kick things off with Senator Gabbard, who is the chair of the Agriculture and Environment Committee and also serves on the Hawaii Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Commission. So welcome, Senator Gabbard.
Well, Mike Ako. So happy New Year and happy Climate Action Day. First, mahalos to DLNR and Climate Commission and everyone else who helped organize this event and the entire Hawaii Climate Week. Yes, so Laulima, right? Many hands working together, and that's really the only way to get things done efficiently. So I especially wanted to mahalo our students of all ages for participating. As a former high school and community college teacher and administrator, it warms my heart to see you guys getting involved in such a vitally important issue. As was mentioned, I chair the Agriculture Environment Committee. This will be my 7th year in the legislature chairing that committee. Prior to that, I chaired the Energy Environment Committee for 7 years. And between those two, I chaired the Water Land Committee for 1 year. So I've been given 8 minutes to talk about my climate related priorities for the 2023 session, which begins a week from Wednesday. That's January 18th and ends on May 4th. So hang on to your seats and forgive me if I talk too fast. So here are my top 5 bills that I'll be introducing. There are more, of course, that I and my colleagues will be introducing, but these 5 are my priorities. I'll start off with the Visitor Impact Fee Program, aka Visitor Green Fees, that was mentioned by our students. Where visitors who come to our island paradise, they pay a fee to help maintain and protect our natural resources, including our beaches, reefs, oceans, forests, streams, shorelines, etc. And unfortunately, despite the incredible value of Hawaii's natural resources, and as was mentioned on the ag side of things, less than it's 0.3% that our state budget goes to the Department of Agriculture. Don't get, I'm not. Listen to this one now. Despite the incredible value of Hawaii's natural resources, the state currently invests, guess what? Less than 1% of its budget to protect, restore, and manage these natural assets. So to me, the visitor impact fee is truly a no-brainer. I think we can all agree that each of us should pay our fair share to protect our state's beauty and bounty. As of 2019, there were 13 plus jurisdictions globally that have visitor impact fee programs. A few of them in Palau, they charge $100. In Galapagos, they charge $100. Even New Zealand, they charge $35. And so there have been bills introduced in previous years, if alleged, most recently SB 3192 this past session, which did not make it to the finish line. So think about it, with a suggested $50 fee paid by visitors, that could generate up to $400 million each year to enable our state to leave future generations with a healthy, safe environment. So stay tuned on this one. And we know that the governor is already on board. So I'm hopeful that it will pass this session. The second priority I'll be reintroducing is Senate Bill 2278, what we call our carbon cashback bill. And what this bill does is establish a carbon cashback program, which puts a carbon tax on fossil fuels and returns an equal amount generated by the carbon tax to Hawaii residents in a refundable tax credit or a cash payment. More than 40 countries have already adopted a carbon tax program. Over 3,500 economists, including 28 Nobel laureates, have signed a statement endorsing carbon pricing, which says, and I quote, "Carbon tax offers the most cost-effective lever to reduce carbon emissions at the scale and speed that it is necessary." Unquote. So locally, UHERO here at UH, the research group, they showed how this carbon tax and dividend policy would reduce the consumption of fossil fuels while financially benefiting most Hawaii households, and low-income households would experience the greatest financial benefit. So hopefully we'll get that one passed this year. Another one of my priorities is establishing a green amendment, provision added to the Bill of Rights section of our state constitution that recognizes and protects the rights of all people, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, or income. including future generations to pure water, clean air, stable climate, and healthy environments. So this would be a constitutional amendment that recognizes and protects for present and future generations the inherent and inalienable right of all people to clean water and air and healthy ecosystems, including climate, and to the preservation of the natural, cultural, and healthful qualities of the environment. And it says that the state and its subdivisions shall protect and shall not infringe upon those rights. So one of the pluses, of course, about a constitutional amendment is that it would have a high visibility in our state, in the media, community, churches, schools, businesses, organizations, nonprofits. Everybody starts talking about it, right? And so hopefully folks will start passing those conversations, the good ideas that come out of those conversations, to the county, state, and federal lawmakers. Last session, SB 2962 and its companion bill, HB 1803 in the House, it passed out of the first committees, but it died in the second committee. So while support is gaining momentum in over 15 states across the country, so far only 3 states have passed green amendments, and they are Pennsylvania, Montana, and New York. So I'm hopeful that Hawaii will be number 4. And remember that we do need a 2/3 majority in each chamber, in the House and the Senate, to pass a constitutional amendment. If that happens, it will be on the next ballot in the 2024 election, and the people of Hawaii will be the ones who make the final decision, not the legislature or the government. My 4th priority bill is what we're calling the Green Infrastructure Bill. This bill refers to the need for incorporating green best practices when planning and in designing new buildings and other public infrastructure. So when we design new buildings and other public infrastructure, we should require green best practices be built into the planning and design in order to help combat the effects of climate change. For example, looking at how vegetation and trees can decrease urban temperatures, reduce carbon emissions, improve air quality, reduce stormwater runoff and erosion, and capture water to replenish the water table. We should be adjusting building codes to include green infrastructure, vegetation, permeable surfaces, etc. So this bill would also require our Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, in partnership with the Greenhouse Gas Sequestration Task Force, to make recommendations for implementing the green infrastructure objectives, policies, and priority guidelines established by this act. I first introduced a green infrastructure bill in 2021. It was Senate Bill 167, along with several of my colleagues. It made it all the way to conference committee at the end of session, and it died. So hopefully this year, the House and Senate can come to an agreement and get this over the finish line. And then finally, my 5th priority bill will be an ag bill. So how could it not be, as the chair of the Agriculture Environment Committee? We call it the Healthy Soils Bill. Why would soil health be important to combating the effects of climate change? When managed sustainably, soils can play a huge role in climate change mitigation. Most people know about the role forests and trees play, reducing CO2 in the atmosphere. But did you know that soil stores 3 times the amount of carbon in the atmosphere and twice the amount contained in all plants and trees? So the bill, SB 2989, would create a statewide soil health assessment with a list of best practices for improving soil health. It would provide farmers with education and technical assistance to implement farm management practices that contribute to healthy soils. And so in the bill, we also appropriated $500,000 to help farmers in implementing these practices by issuing awards and other financial incentives. It passed the House and the Senate. We were all prematurely jumping for joy. Unfortunately, the governor vetoed it. So I've got my fingers crossed this year that with the new administration, we'll see this bill cross the finish line and help lead us closer to reaching our state renewable energy goals. So in closing, mahalo for listening. As I said earlier, Laulima, let's have many hands working together this year to have a successful climate-friendly legislative session. Your voice really matters. And so please send in your testimony on climate-related bills. either come in person at school or online. But it really makes a difference, especially you young folks. For some reason, I've looked at my committee during hearings, and when you young folks get up there, sometimes I've seen tears coming down some of my committee members because of the passion that they hear coming from you. You guys are our future. So mahalo and aloha.
Thank you, Senator Gabbard. That was a great overview, and just your continued leadership and partnership in the fight against climate change is always appreciated, and I always continue to enjoy working with you. So thank you very much. Next, we have Representative Nicole Bowen, who also serves on the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Commission and is the chair of the Energy and Environmental Protection Committee. All right, aloha, everyone. So as the slide says, I'm Representative Nicole Lowen. I represent a district on the Big Island in West Hawaii. And I also chair the Committee on Energy and Environmental Protection since 2019. I've been in the legislature since 2012, so 10 years now. And I sat on this committee that entire time. And I have more than 5 bills, but I'm not going to talk about all of them in my PowerPoint today, but that would take too long. So I've kind of divided into categories. I'll kind of skip over some stuff, and then we'll have lots to talk about during question and answer. I also wanted to just quickly, before I start talking about the bills coming, to encourage everyone. We did a informational briefing from my committee on December 21st, and the topic was the human health impacts of climate change, which we haven't talked about directly quite as much here today. It was a great presentation. We had presentations from Diana Felton, Dr. Diana Felton, and Dr. Elizabeth Kiefer, who are both medical doctors. Diana is the state toxicologist, and Dr. Kiefer is an assistant professor at JABSOM. And that is available. We have a Hawaii State House of Representatives YouTube page. And if you go on there and look at either the EEP committee playlist or under the live tab, I think you can find it there. But I hope everyone here today gets a chance, if you haven't watched it, to watch it. It was really, really interesting. And I think information and that angle on things is something we don't talk about enough. Okay, with that, I'll get started with my PowerPoint. Okay, working as planned. So as I said, I kind of divided these up into topic areas. So first up is this clean energy, climate mitigation bills. And first on this, I have a permitting bill. So this is to expedite permitting for like small residential rooftop projects, try to make things move faster. There's some other aspects to it, but the idea is that permitting delays account for, a lot of delays of projects of all sizes, but by at least kind of exempting some of these smaller projects, which are exempted in a lot of other states, it will help expedite at all levels of that chain and keep things moving forward. Carbon tax, I won't talk about because Senator Gabbard explained it really well. And the flip side of that is that we also have a bill that looks at establishing at the state level a social cost of carbon. And so instead of an explicit tax, that's kind of an internal consideration of what is the cost of carbon, so that if state agencies, for example, are making infrastructure decisions or considering different kinds of renewable energy projects, they're looking at that social cost of carbon and factoring it into, kind of what is the cost benefit analysis of that whole project. So it's kind of a flip side of thinking about carbon tax, which we would love to pass, but of course has been challenging to be able to move forward. Improving interconnection processes, kind of along with solar permitting, that's just another thing to kind of stop some of the delays. We need to deploy renewable energy as quickly as possible. And there's a lot of things that could improve to be able to do it faster. And then the hydrofluorocarbon management, hydrofluorocarbons are refrigerants that the EPA has recently taken action to phase out, but this would establish a refrigerant management program in state to help do that phase out and make sure that they're being properly disposed of when they are phased out. So the next bucket of bills here is energy efficiency. So as we move towards electrifying things, electrifying buildings, electrifying transportation, there continues to be a growth in demand for electricity. And so the flip side of that is we need to do everything we can to balance that demand, make sure we're balancing it to the right times of days and also reducing it where possible, because there's a lot of waste because we really had access for decades and decades and decades to really cheap source of energy and not a whole lot of incentive to be efficient with it. And now we have to start thinking more seriously about that. So I'll start actually with the energy efficiency portfolio standards update. That is extending our in energy efficiency portfolio standards out to 2045. Right now they end in 2030. So this will just put more on the books to keep the PUC working on it, keep the utility considering it, and keep that work moving forward. I think appliance standards speaks for itself. We established the first state level appliance standards in 2019, and this would expand on that. Melissa's here from Blue Planet. I think she's talking next, and she helped write that bill last time and this time. And then mercury lamps phase out. I'll take a little time explaining this because this is a personal favorite, even though it's not the biggest deal in the world. But the compact fluorescent, the little spiral fluorescent tube light bulbs, or even like the fluorescent tubes that a lot of buildings have in the ceiling, those all contain mercury. And they were more efficient than incandescent light bulbs. So there was a big push to get everyone to convert to compact fluorescent lights to save energy. And so we did that fairly successfully. But at the same time, the mercury in these lamps, often they don't get disposed of properly. It's a hazardous waste. And if it ends up in our landfill and our environment, that's bad news. And now we have LEDs, which are don't have hazardous waste involved and are far, far more efficient. So there's really no good reason anyone should be buying a new compact fluorescent or fluorescent light bulb that contains mercury at this point, except for just habit. So, so a couple of states have moved forward on this, just phasing out the sale of them altogether. To take them off the shelves, that kind of solves that problem and keeps additional hazardous waste from being imported into the state. So I'm hoping we can get some traction on that. Clean transportation is something I've worked on a fair amount in my committee. That transition seems to be moving forward, but we still need to build out charging infrastructure. So a couple things we're focusing on is expanding workplace charging. People need to be able to charge during the day when renewable energy is abundant, and with the new time of use rates, maybe cheaper in the middle of the day too. So we're focusing on state facilities to do kind of a state lead by example. EV ready affordable housing. We're working on some incentives, and I see Ben Sullivan is here. He's helped us work on that bill from the city and county, but this would be just incentive based. We don't want to add to the cost of affordable housing, but we want to find ways to give incentives to try to encourage developers to build, when they're building new housing, think about electric vehicles and having them be ready to accommodate electric vehicles so that everybody, including people who live in affordable housing, have the opportunity to make that choice. And then we have some bills for incentives for purchase also. Natural resource protection. So this is kind of about protecting our water, our forests, our reefs. Senator Gabbard talked about green fees. On the flip side of that, we're also just working on a big funding bill. There's a surplus in the state budget this year. If we have money in the general fund, maybe we can prioritize some of these programs this year at DLNR. There's also such an incredible opportunity with all the federal legislation that's passed recently to go after grants and extra funding in this area. So we want to make sure our state agencies have the money to, be able to provide matches or have stronger applications and leverage those funds. We're working on a couple bills for water efficiency, partly in response to Red Hill. And Department of Environment's kind of a perennial bill that I've taken over introducing regularly. Other people have pushed it in the past. Most states have some kind of Department of Environment. Hawaii splits ours up between various agencies, Department of Health, Department of Land and Natural Resources, and they do the best they can. But I feel like
To really have the proper focus on some of these issues, it would be nice to have their own separate leadership structure. And to put some of these things together. We also have the situation where there's a lot of different people trying to work on climate change issues that aren't under the same umbrella, and sometimes friction between different state offices and agencies about who should be taking the lead on climate change. So a Department of Environment could help put those good people all together in the same place. These are just, I'll go over these really quickly. Vulnerability index, this is something Leah helped work on actually with her collaborators. So this would fund a social vulnerability index study and kind of help us get an idea of how the social impacts of climate change are distributed and how we can make our policy accordingly. PFAS, we passed a bill last year actually, and this would expand on that to eliminate more of the PFAS we bring into the state. They're present in food packaging and food serviceware, makeup, cosmetics, personal care products, and clothing, all kinds of things. And let's see. And then I'm not going to describe all these bills, but two other buckets I have. One is waste management. So a number of bills to try to have better policies in place to support a circular economy, reduce plastic waste. And then I think this is the last one, cesspools. All these are sort of tangentially related to climate change. I mean, they're all, everything's interrelated at this point. But maybe cesspools isn't the first thing you think of when you think of climate change, but we will be working on this issue this session. It's a big issue, and there's been a long awaited report coming out, so we're ready to take some action. And I think that is the end of my slide. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Representative Lowen. I know there's going to be some people in this room who are very excited about the cesspool bill. So very much appreciate your support and everything like that. No? Okay. If anyone lost their glasses. Okay. Next, we have our friend and wonderful partner, Melissa Miyashiro from Blue Planet Foundation.
All right, aloha everyone. It's such an honor to follow Senator Gabbard and Representative Nicole Lowen. They've just been incredible environmental champions for our state. So I feel just really honored to be able to be part of this discussion and share a little bit about the work that we do at Blue Planet Foundation. So as Leah mentioned, I'm Melissa Miyashiro, Executive Director at Blue Planet Foundation. We've been around for about 15 years now. So we launched in 2008 with a goal to help Hawaii end the use of fossil fuel. And a lot has changed over that time, some pretty exciting developments. And rather than kind of share our policy priorities for this coming session, I thought I would use my time today to share a little bit about how we as a nonprofit get involved in the policymaking process. All right, so many people recognize Blue Planet for our policy work. One of our signature campaigns was leading the grassroots advocacy efforts to pass the country's first 100% renewable energy law. Yeah, thank you, thank you. It was a team effort, but we're really proud of that work. And it's been, it was a tremendous moment for the state, and it really shifted the conversations that we were having about what's possible. So that happened in 2015, so almost 8 years ago now. It's hard to believe that it was that long ago, but a lot has happened and a lot has changed since that law passed, both with respect to how climate solutions are unfolding on the ground and in communities, and also with respect to climate impact and how we are already beginning to see effects of climate change on humans in Hawaii and across the planet. So consequently, about a year ago, Blue Planet embarked on its own kind of internal reflection and transformation. And we felt like it was an important moment to take stock of how far we've come and who we are as an organization, and what our future looks like going forward, and how we can continue to show up and contribute to our collective response to climate change. And here's where we ended up. So we believe that we exist to help Hawaii achieve its climate goals. We want to make Hawaii a model of climate solutions that inspire and catalyze action globally. And in order to do that, it means that we need to get local action right. So we really believe in the power of local action to power this global impact. So when we think about climate change, we know it's a global problem, but it's really the action that's happening locally where the goals actually become reality. So it's in schools, it's in homes, it's in businesses, in our local communities, it's decisions that are happening at the state capitol, at our city and county council. So that's where the change actually happens. And so our theory of change at Blue Planet is that we believe that locally driven policy change is the domino that can activate equitable solutions at the pace and scale needed to tackle such a daunting challenge like climate change. So I'm really excited that we're going to be launching kind of this, just more publicly, our new strategy and the direction for our work going forward. But here's a sneak peek of how this shaped up for us. So to really animate this theory of impact, we will be leaning on 3 strategic pillars. The first is advancing bold policy pathways. The second is tracking and communicating progress. And the third is unlocking brave and creative collaboration. So here's the 3 pillars together. And we really want to emphasize that they're powerfully linked to each other, and they really do reinforce each other. We don't see them as kind of to be viewed in isolation. So the foundational piece is really that advancing policy. And we think that policy is the critical lever that's going to help us drive the systems transformation that we need to tackle something like climate change. So we know that individual behaviors are going to play an important role in helping us decarbonize. But in order to reduce emissions in the time that we need to, it's going to take that larger systems transformation through policy. And policy can then be used to influence individual behavior, government behavior, and also, business behavior. And then tracking and communicating progress. That's really where we're measuring how we're doing. And by measuring how we're doing, we can really gauge, are we on track? We can also celebrate our momentum so that we don't get discouraged because climate change is such a daunting challenge. So we can take stock of how we are, celebrate successes along the way, and then calibrate where we need to go next. And then finally, the pillar that I'm probably most excited about is the brave and creative collaboration. So this is strengthening that base that's really driving the policy work forward, and it's also creating lasting social change. All right, so in my final moments, last few minutes with you, I wanted to share a little bit about how Blue Planet gets involved with shaping policy as a nonprofit. So there are a few ways that we engage in this process. The first is drafting policy proposals and doing policy research. So a great example of this is our Waypoints report. You can find it at waypointshawaii.org. This is a report we released in 2020, right in the middle of the pandemic. And this was our vision of actions that the state can take, policy programs that are going to help us recover from the pandemic in a way that's equitable, and that's also accelerating the transition that we want to see. Also, we do a lot of work directly engaging with lawmakers. So this is a photo a few years ago when the Capitol building, this is pre-pandemic, opening day. It was a great opportunity to talk with lawmakers, hear what their thoughts are for the coming session, and just have a dialogue and also serve as a resource to answer their questions about climate policy, about energy policy. So we really see our role as a nonprofit to be that resource. In addition to the conversations that we're having directly with lawmakers, we also see it as our role as a nonprofit to be a resource for the public on what does some of these policy proposals even mean. So this is an example of some of the work that we did actually for our county work This was a bill considered last year at the City and County of Honolulu to establish a benchmarking program. Super exciting. We wanted to make it a little bit more publicly digestible. So we created a video that kind of unpacked what this policy is. And then we also did some work in local media and kind of wrote some explainer pieces about what this policy means. This kind of came up earlier, but in previous panels about adding more voices to the table in the policy conversation. So one of the other things that we like to do as a nonprofit is try to expand community voices and get more people to participate in the policymaking process. So we have a list called our Clean Energy Advocates List. You can sign up on our website, and that's the list that we use to send action alerts to folks to get involved in submitting testimony and just being part of this shaping policy conversation. And I was so excited to listen to the previous panel talk about the involvement with youth. This is a big piece of our work at Blue Planet Foundation. We have a program called the Climate Crew, and it's precisely designed to help young students, high school students, learn about civic engagement, understand how they can be advocates, effective advocates, how they can create change and momentum in their communities. We just graduated our fourth cohort from the County of Maui, and this is a program we're excited to expand into the future. And then finally, I just wanted to give a shameless plug for nonprofits generally. I really believe, and we at Blue Planet believe, that nonprofits have the power to change the world. We are flexible, passionate, resourceful because we have to be. And we also offer a unique perspective in shaping policy because we're mission driven, we're not profit driven, we're not industry driven. This is the power that we can really harness as nonprofit organizations. So I hope more nonprofits get involved in shaping policy because this is where really big, incredible change can happen. Thank you so much.
I'll invite the panelists back up on stage and we'll do some questions and answers. So we have any questions from the audience?
So we're kind of in desperate need of scientists in Hawaii and in America that are coming from unique perspectives, that are coming from our younger generations. But there's a lot of barriers to people getting into that, especially education being one of those big barriers, because for a lot of people, it's not something that they have that access to. So how do you, as policy writers and legislators, intend to make decisions that invest in our future and address that need?
Right, I guess I'm nominated. Let me see if I can paraphrase the question. Just how are we trying to educate more people locally in sciences or bring them here? Is that or both?
More about creating opportunities for them to actually go through the education system, especially people from like minority populations, you know, and people with traditional ethnological knowledge that may not go to college and get that opportunity to be like the head forester of Hawaii. So what kind of things can we do to change that?
Well, I can tell you some of the things that come to mind. I'm like really well versed in kind of direct bills that come through my committee, and I get a little bit focused on that and leave, you know, the education committee and things like that to the subject matter experts that are chairing those committees. But I know that we do have, you know, Hawaii has done stuff to try to make higher education more affordable. There's the early college program. There is the Hawaii Promise program that like covers any sort of leftover cost that you can't cover with other grants and financial aid to make community college free. So I don't know that I have a better answer than that for you right now. I think, you know, work like what Blue Planet is doing to get people interested in this is important. We did fund actually a couple years in a row. First year with some of the ARPA funds through the pandemic relief funds, and the second year with general funds. Just last year, we funded the Hawaii Youth Climate Corps through Kuku that offers internships to, generally young people are the ones that are most interested in applying, but that gets high school and college age kids out working in the field and learning about things like conservation and stuff like that. So I guess I'll see if anyone has anything to add.
I'll just share, when we think about this question of Blue Planet, we also think about just affordability generally in Hawaii. And that's why many of the policy proposals that we work on, affordability, with affordable housing, how to advance both sustainable housing and affordable housing at the same time, and also why energy efficiency is such an important policy focus for us, because all of these questions about, career pathways for young students, they kind of all tie back to the very high cost of living that we have in Hawaii. So it's kind of this, complicated challenge, but that's why we see the conversation about affordability generally so integral to the conversations that we're having about climate change and environmental protection.
As a former high school teacher, as I mentioned, I think the shift in education to these academies, high school academies, I think that that's a wonderful thing that's happening. Just to help our young people understand, I'm thinking as the ag chair, one of the things I talk about frequently is how farming is like low class, right? Why do young people who want to be farmers, why is that considered a low class, right? You're feeding people, you're engaged in an activity that is so important. We all eat, right? So, but I think that shift, whether it's in science or agriculture or whatever that, it helps our young people focus on, instead of just the same old math, science, and whatever. What are these kids interested in? What are they? And let them get into that academy and then help them just go for it. Yeah.
Hi, I also want to help you with that question for answer before I move on to my question. I was working with workforce development for the past 4 years, and they have an eligible training provider list for people on unemployment or unemployment. There's no farmer training programs on there. That's something that would be really helpful because it would be free then for the person. Okay. Sorry, I don't speak in public very often. But my question is about the visitor green fee. I was wondering if there could be an option for people to volunteer instead of change. That would be helpful to people that couldn't afford it, but it also then it would be getting more people out into the community that are there. They could volunteer and give weekends. Yeah, I'm also just worried about more money coming in because I just see there's a lot of corruption. Nonprofits are great. There's problems there. I just like to see more enforcement around that too.
I think it's a good option. I think that's, and one of the things, some of you may not understand the process, as these bills, and our session starts next week. So January 25th is the deadline for introduction of bills for this upcoming session. And basically what happened, and I think that Lauren will agree with me, is we have over 3,000 bills that are introduced every single session. And about 200, 250 actually pass into law. But in the course of the session, what it really is, it's they're starting conversations about what's going on in people's minds and hearts throughout the state. And so as we look at the green fees bill this coming session, I've made a mental note that will include that. Why not? There are folks that are just barely scraping by, get enough money to come here and get them out there into the communities and learn more about what's actually what Hawaii is really all about. I think that that's one of the things that the whole move towards regenerative tourism, it's just a very positive thing that's happening compared to what's happened in the past.
Thanks. I think we have time for one more quick question. Or we'll do two. Because we're-
Thanks. Thank you for your presentations. That was really interesting. I have a question for the senator about your carbon tax, your carbon bill. I live in British Columbia in Canada, which is one of the first jurisdictions in North America to have a carbon tax, started in 2008. I think there's no real evidence that there's been any real effect of that carbon tax on carbon emissions. But I think that one of the important parts that could have an effect is if the carbon tax on major polluters was enforced instead of those being kind of exempt. That's coming now into play more in British Columbia than it was in the past. But I don't really think that there's evidence that it really has affected the individual's use of fossil fuel. So do you have any input in or any insights for us onto whether the bill that you would be introducing would be primarily targeted towards individuals, or is it really trying to help reduce the major emitters, the major sources?
Yeah, definitely going after the major sources. And I think, again, we are open to ideas, right? And so sometimes people think that the legislators sit down there and we just come up and talk to our staff and come up with all these ideas for these 3,000 bills. We depend on the folks out there in the community to come up with those ideas. And so this session, we reached out to close to 20 environmental groups and asked them, what are your priorities? Because session's coming up, and we heard back a number of them talked about this, have made this a priority, carbon tax everything. So we're looking into it, and so we'll see what happens.
I think thing about Hawaii is we don't have a lot of major polluters because we're not a heavy manufacturing state. And I think you raised a good point, and I think thing to remember with something like carbon tax or carbon cashback or carbon price is that there's a lot of climate anxiety out there. People want to find like one thing to hang on to and say this is the solution. There's no single end all be all solution. And while that might help move the needle in the right direction if we pass it, I think we have to also remember that it's always going to be a variety of a lot of different policies moving forward all at the same time. I do think, and it's a politically heavy lift also, right? Especially during times of inflation and the challenges that we're seeing right now. So we can support that, but there's all the other things that are just as important. I think sometimes some advocates get really fixed on one idea and forget there's a lot of ideas that need support.
I wanted to add something that recently I remember a few years ago when Mayor Caldwell was there was a lawsuit by City and County Parliament against the fossil fuel companies. Also one from Maui as well. I don't know the status of those lawsuits now, but when I was looking at it, it just makes perfect sense. Why aren't these guys, they're making all this money, why aren't they helping pay, right? Look at the stuff that's going on, right? All the negative stuff that's going on environmentally, they should be paying. Well, anyway, I'm hopeful that that's just another thing that's going on.
Just our final question.
Aloha. Thanks everyone up there. So I'm gonna challenge you guys, but quick background. So my background is in cultural and natural resource management. And then I did move into government for 4 years and I saw a lot. So when I look at our environmental issues and climate change and mitigation and both adaptation, drawing from my interactions, one thing I see is, and I think Nicole, you were touching on it, by that department, centralizing as gathering, because one of the biggest challenges I see is jurisdiction. and how departments say, that's not my job, that's their job. So I think you're touching on something, but that's a bridge that has to be crossed. But there's another gap too, and that's the gap between government and society. And why I'm bringing this into the mix is because in some sort of way, we all compartmentalize. And I don't know if you folks realize that every time somebody says that's their issue, there's also the society saying government's going to take care of it, and almost like waiting, right? And when the waiting is done, then there's frustration. That's why when there's a community meeting, you're getting that part of the deal. Anyway, I'm not asking you guys to solve that, but what I'm saying is we all have a share in making Hawaii healthy, sustainable, climate adapted. How can legislation be passed in a way that helps to inspire the whole of our society to take their part? And I'm kind of touching on like, yes, we can have policy, but we also need to inspire a shared kuleana. And how does legislation play that part? Because you guys might not think that you guys play that part, but maybe you guys could. The shared kuleana. Yeah, I'll just keep it like that.
Sure, thank you for the question. And I know we were both just at a community meeting this Saturday also. Yeah, I mean, I think that's really important and it's a big challenge too. I mean, there can be so much negativity about government and then that just, you know, drives us away from reaching our solutions. I don't know that I have the one right answer. I mean, I think what I try to focus on my district and my constituents, I communicate with them a lot. And I think that receives really good feedback. And even when people are frustrated with politicians, I sort of know they usually feel like I'm someone, they don't lump me in with that necessarily because I'm someone they know personally. And I think that everyone in government can do that at the level of their own community. I mean, we can't all do it all the time. And sometimes it's tough to strike a balance, right? You want to have collaboration and then sometimes you also need to move things forward and be efficient. So, yeah, I guess I'd be curious to hear what you think also are the solutions, you know, just to, or also like, where are the failures? Where do you think, or even people in this room, where do you think on climate policy that we're not bringing everyone along together and that's sort of slowing us down and finding solutions? I'll pose that question also.
Shared kuleana. Again, as a former teacher, it's got to start in kindergarten. It really does, right? Our educational system, we have to change the curriculum so that our young kids, our keiki, they understand that they are a part of the world. It's not that it should be a part of the community, and parents need to be educated on this as well, so that they get, I don't know if you were here when the young people were up here on this. I was blown away, just amazing. How articulate they are and how passionate they are about these issues. And that's what we want to instill in our schools. Number one, I really think that churches could do a better job of, when they're preaching their sermons out there, we're supposed to be caretakers of the special needs. And that's a spiritual thing. And that should be a part of each and every one of us to help take care of this beautiful paradise we live in.
And I'll just share, I don't have the perspective of being a legislator, but you know, when we think of legislation or policy, we often think about, okay, there's a new law requiring you to do something or some kind of mandate, some kind of new regulation. But lawmakers are also making decisions about kind of setting up programs that can be helpful for accomplishing some of the goals that we're talking about. Or there was the conversation on the last panel about, you know, how government spending is prioritized. So there's a lot of policy decisions that are happening there about kind of how we're moving towards solutions as a state that aren't just necessarily a mandate with a new regulation.
So that's why, at Blue Planet, we want to be part of the policy conversation. We want others to be part of the policy conversation too, and to just have more of those voices actually part of this process. But I think it is intimidating and kind of like a black box for so many folks. So there's an opportunity for all of us to bring more voices to the table.
One last thing. I think sometimes too, I mean, there's things happen like corruption in government and then that makes it worse for everybody. And it's tough for us too, because we, even if it's something happening at the national level, people feel sort of just negative about politicians that generalize to us, whether we want it to or not. Maybe it's more productive to think of things also on an issue by issue. I mean, if you're working on forest conservation and it's like foresters versus hunters or something like that. I mean, then you can think more about, okay, what's the best approach to bring everyone together? So maybe it's not a one size fits all solution, but thinking about each issue and who are the stakeholders and what are the needs there.
Churches, temples, and mosques.
All right, can we get another round of applause for our panelists? Yeah, big mahalo, especially I know this is a very busy time of year for our legislators. So mahalo for making it down here, spending some time with us and sharing what you've been working on and what we can look forward to this legislative session. We are on a break now, but I hope you folks take advantage of our legislators being here and asking some questions. All right, I'll see you back here at 3. Can you? They're on there, but Dante knows how to work it.
Dante knows how to work it. Oh. Sorry. Start on time. Dante, can you put the regular background up?
Yeah.
Okay.
She has 1 minute. 30 seconds. Okay, we'll start the countdown.
Yeah, I'm gonna say hi, John. Also, when you're answer. For one cup of sugar, right? Yeah, like. People like. No, I'm like less worried about. Be there and. Okay, cool. Oh, I love the shy. I know, my favorite. Maybe I'm not their favorite, but. So do you want to sit? Yeah, okay. I want to talk to you actually about it. Yeah. Okay. Aloha, everyone. I know it's been a long day, but we're gonna get started in a few minutes with our final panel, which I'm very sad about because it's been such a beautiful day with you all, and I don't want it to end.
Hi, everybody. We're gonna get started. You could have take your seats, please.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Kiana Otsuka. Thank you for joining us for our panel titled Let's Bus a Move, Moving for a Change, where we'll be discussing the importance of changing the way we invest in and design our ground transportation facilities for us to meet our climate and energy goals in a way that is just and equitable. But first, what does transportation have to do with climate change? So Hawaii has committed to ambitious but achievable climate, transportation, and health goals. So the state of Hawaii is committed to becoming carbon net negative by 2045, and all of the county mayors have also committed to 100% renewable ground transportation. The way we have invested in and designed our transportation facilities has not resulted in meaningful reductions in our ground transportation emissions. So you'll see our ground transportation emissions in the dark green portion of the chart at the bottom. And so even though we've made really great progress on our vehicle fuel efficiency standards and more folks drive alternative fuel vehicles, you'll see that our transportation emissions have remained stubbornly consistent. And the way we've invested in and designed our transportation facilities has also not resulted in meaningful reductions in the amount we drive. So the amount we drive, or vehicle miles traveled, has increased by over 30% since 2000 and is projected to only continue to increase. And we've made really great progress on electrifying our transportation system, but electrification alone won't get us to meet our climate and energy goals in a timely manner. Electric vehicles aren't zero emissions if you take into consideration production, manufacturing, and the energy mix of our electricity. Electric vehicles also have concerns with regard to the lithium batteries, both environmental and human rights. They also share the same negative impacts as gas-powered vehicles with regard to tires. With regard to tires, the tire runoff getting into our environment. And we know that the most energy and land efficient, as well as our cleanest forms of transportation, are those that are active and shared. So the chart up here from left to right is our dirtiest to our cleanest forms of transportation. So on the left side, we have our conventionally gas-powered vehicle and an electric vehicle that's powered by our conventional grid. And then sort of in the center and the right-hand side, we have our shared and active forms of transportation. So that's the bus, that's biking, and that's walking. And on the bottom, we have these big green footprints, and that represents the amount of space each mode of transportation takes per occupant. So you'll see that our more individualized forms of transportation, so it's things like driving alone, take up a lot more space than our more active and shared forms of transportation. So again, the small footprints under bus, walk, and bike. And although both active and shared forms of transportation and electrification are helping us reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and improve our air quality, we know that active and shared forms of transportation have additional co-benefits that electrification doesn't. So if you look at this chart here, we'll know that gas-powered vehicles and electric vehicles continue to contribute to our traffic congestion, right? We have some of the worst traffic in the nation. We know that they both also encourage urban sprawl. We know that they both contribute to our traffic violence epidemic. So that's folks who die, are injured, or hospitalized from our car crashes. Unfortunately, Hawaii is in the top 3 kupuna pedestrian fatality rates. So we kill a lot of our kupuna while they're walking. And we consistently rank in the top 20 in the nation for all age groups for our pedestrian fatality rate. Again, you'll see reduced emissions, potentially zero emissions from more active forms of transportation. You'll also see a reduced consumer and public costs with our more active and shared forms of transportation. So it costs between $8,000 and $12,000 for people to own and operate a vehicle in Hawaii. We also have opportunities to improve our mobility justice. So one of our speakers will cover that in more depth today. And then you'll also have increased right-of-way or land for other uses. So we talked a lot about, different speakers today, about our need for more affordable housing, our need for more agriculture space, or even just open green space. So think about how much space our vehicle infrastructure really takes up. We also see reduced stormwater runoff from more active forms of transportation. And finally, just increased consumer choice. We want to give people a choice about how they get around and not feel obligated to own and operate a vehicle. Again, very expensive. And that is it from me. And just in conclusion, we know that if we want to meet our climate and energy goals in a just and equitable way, we'll need to do more than just electrify our transportation system. We need to see more investments in more active and shared forms of transportation. And with that, I'd like to introduce you to our speakers. So Natasha, can you start by telling us who you are and what your organization is, and then introduce your topic briefly?
My name is Natasha Soriano. I'm the infrastructure and design planner in the long range division of the County of Hawai'i Planning Department. Sorry, what was the last part?
Oh, the topic you'll be
Yeah,
covering today.
I'll be exploring a little bit more of some of Hawaii County's solutions that we're trying to implement and trying to encourage active transportation and shared forms of transportation.
And same question to you, CJ.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is CJ Johnson. I am the member engagement manager for Aloha Care, which is a managed care Medicaid organization. So my career has mostly been at the intersection of built environment, health equity, and transportation system social justice. Our work is in essentially what I'm interested in and what we're interested in Aloha Care is better understanding and working with communities to better understand barriers, both to healthcare, that's transportation is one of those key barriers, and also to healthy living. I'll get a little bit more into what that means and what that looks like during my presentation.
Great. Natasha, can you share with us why you choose to work in the mobility space and why you feel the work you do is important?
So originally I'm an engineer. I have a master's in engineering from here at UH Manoa. And working as a design engineer, I really felt I was at this tail end of answering or finding solutions to some of the problems of how we move people. And so I made kind of a switch to planning about 4 years ago. And so, it's really important to me because in engineering, we deal with a lot of things, a lot of inanimate things. Formulas are easy, but I feel like in this space, it's really also very much a social project. That people component is something I'm always been willing to.
CJ, same question.
I kind of jumped the gun and answered that with my last one a little bit, but yeah, in general, like I said, that as a public health person and someone who's really interested in that intersection of public health and built environment and social justice, transportation is a natural sort of intersection of all those things. So I've been throughout my career in various ways, and especially now at Aloha Care, looking at the member experience and how our members access healthcare and access health.
And with that, I'll turn it over to Natasha to get into a little bit more in depth and the cool work she's doing in Hawaii County.
So just to share some of the projects I've worked on or continue to work on for these past 4 years that I've been in the Hawaii County Planning Department. It started out, my position was called transportation planner, but it's kind of really evolved into this thing called infrastructure and design because our roadways really become these paths to get other things, water, wastewater. And now we're even talking about trees as infrastructure, which is really kind of exciting. But in the realm of transportation, we still talk about transportation in terms of cars instead of how we move people. And so, trying to find other solutions and deliver them with maybe lower costs as possible. That's kind of the conversation we're kind of getting into at the County of Hawaii. So the first project I'd like to share is the Keaukaha Quick Build project, which was completed this past year. It was funded through a grant from the Department of Health, with CJ's help when he was still there. And we were really looking to find some really low cost solutions to make it a little bit easier for people in Keaukaha to be able to move around the people. One of the reasons we did choose Keaukaha is mainly a predominantly Hawaiian neighborhood. It's one of the oldest DHHL neighborhoods in the whole state, 99 years old. You have a lot of Puna who live there, but there's still this center of activity around the school, around sports. And as you can see, this is kind of more the end of the picture. There's really big shoulders around this campus. But what was happening before we came in and be able to carve out space for pedestrians is that cars would park perpendicular to the fence and take up that whole shoulder. So if you wanted to walk, you'd still be walking kind of in the street. So the goal was to install these temporary improvements until maybe one day we could build sidewalk, but really to make it a presence known that, hey, people are supposed to be able to walk around here too. We should be able to see people in this shared space. We did several surveys, and ideas to improve safety were to have the bigger walking area. There are speed humps to try to reduce speed, designate the walking areas. So that was kind of the biggest thing, is like we needed walking areas. I think if you can see in the picture too, this is prior to us installing our quick build, which I'll describe a little bit more. But you can kind of see that car there taking up most of that shoulder space. So as we went through the community and asked what they'd like to see, the preferred alternative was to carve out an 8-foot walking path around the whole block. We do have a little bit of a pinch point where there's barriers or speed humps that kind of carve out a little bit of a walking spot. But essentially we put delineators up around the whole block. That left another like 8 to 10 feet for cars to park parallel. So changing behavior, we did lose a little bit of parking space, but it wasn't too much of a big deal, I think, because there was still a lot of parking within the school. And on Todd Avenue here, there was just a lot of space to be able to park and an existing walkway. And so it really became a community project. In addition to the 8-foot path that we delineated, we were able to go in and do painted bulb outs on 3 of the corners. And so that really got the community out and be able to take ownership of a project. And so these are kids from Keaukaha Elementary School, installing and painting, getting their hands dirty, a lot of pictures. And this is the end product. As you can see, we still left some walkway space within the bulb out because that was it rains a lot in Hilo, paint gets slippery. So really trying to like work with the community to work out some of these issues. Again, prior to this area would get cut off a lot by turners trying to speed through the area. It was really hard for kids to cross. Even the delineators that we did put up, they still get kind of hit a little bit, but with the paint, it kind of makes it a little bit more like, hey, this is not a space for cars, this should be a space for people. So just a few more pictures of kind of the work we did and examples of kids starting to use the space for biking and walking. So, and then next, I'd like to get into some of the trail work that we've been doing. Again, we've been really focusing on these trails as transportation opportunities, active transportation opportunities. The first is Hilo Bayfront Trails, and then I'll get into Waimea Trails. The Bayfront Trails was a project that has started in 2010 with a little bit of help from our research and development department. Part of it was tourism to bring people to the downtown area, but it's kind of evolved to be really a transportation vehicle, but a transportation path. Sorry, I don't have a pointer, but the red spots are completed parts of the trail, and it's kind of been a collaborative effort. We have one that goes right along the bayfront, if you've been there, and several that go through parks. On the left side is our soccer field, which is our county department of Parks and Recreation. And then on the right side is through our Wailoa State Park. So we were able to partner with DLNR to get wider sidewalks. And then it really connected the whole park to the small boat harbor. And so you can really get around this area on bike at different comfort levels, because also on Kamehameha Avenue, there are bike lanes, but not everybody is very comfortable to be on a bike lane. So this is giving a lot of opportunity at different levels. For children, it's great, especially when they're waiting for their brother or sister at a soccer game, to be able to learn and start to develop these habits of biking. Some of the things that help, so just these are portions of the trail going through the downtown area by the soccer field. And then one of the biggest, I think, things that I think help boost the trails and its importance is introducing our bike share, which had started in Kona. So our bike share program was expanded to Hilo in 3 areas all around the trail. And so that's really been helping to activate that. It's also, if I go back, sorry, to go back a little bit to this map, we have Banyan Drive, the Banyan, Coconut Island, Banyan Drive, Peninsula, and that's where a lot of our hotels are, but it's not that very far. So we have bikes there, and then tourists are able to utilize these trails to get to our downtown area where there's a lot more shopping, food, and other recreational opportunities without having to get into a car. So again, just leaving you with some pictures of our nice downtown Hilo Bayfront trails. We just completed another phase of it, and hopefully phase 2B is what I'm calling it, which really tried to utilize different types of grant money that DOT and FHWA have released in terms of alternative transportation. We hope to be breaking ground fairly soon and completed by the end of 2023. The second trail I've been working on is Waimea Trails. And this one is a very long project. So sometimes it's, part of the reason why this project has kind of taken so long is that from started in 1994, I'm really hoping that this really becomes a piece of transportation, the trail as transportation. We do talk a lot about public access. We talk about it in recreation form, so we're looking at more at parks, but I'll show you some pictures because this is, to me, one of my most exciting projects. But in any case, right now there's a trail that exists. The project currently at hand for phase 1 is to try to pave that trail, make it more accessible, ADA accessible, a little bit easier to bike, so that really it's transportation piece that can go through Waimea, which has 2 major roadways. But those roadways are very congested, have a lot of conflict points, and don't have any shoulders. Or they have very limited shoulder width, making it kind of difficult to walk and bike along those roadways. So here's a picture of our trail. And if you look at the trail, you would hardly even know you're in Waimea town, right? You can't see any houses, all you see is hills. This is like, you don't even know you're in the middle of a urban area. So that's kind of the beauty and the draw of having to use the trail more of transportation, because active transportation challenges in Waimea include no sidewalks along Kauai High Road and Mamalohoa Highway. In a recent safety audit around Waimea, the region of Waimea, there are about 400 conflicting points along the roadways. And so that was measured in terms of cars conflicting with other cars. So that's including driveways, intersections. And if you can imagine walking on these shoulders, there's also then 400 conflicting points for pedestrians and bicycles. And so that's kind of a lot. And then as you can see, there's very close proximity to the cars. Again, I think that's Kauai High Road. The average speed there is anywhere from 35 to 45 miles per hour. And we all know that speed kills. And unfortunately, between 2013 and 2016, we did have 1 or 2 fatal pedestrian accidents on that road. And so, again, alternatives for being able to walk and bike are really lacking in Waimea. And just to add to the chat, so again, from the pictures before, you saw it was very nice, very rural looking. But this is like an aerial map. In the green on the side is where the trail is, and it's kind of meandering along the river, Waikoloa River. And then where the orange are, it's kind of, those are the bus routes, but those are the two major highways. So you see that there's, it's really trying to fill in a gap for both of those roadways. Their future developments, south, there's a big green field. Parker Ranch is going to come through and add some more housing and subdivide that land. So it'll have a lot of benefit to the Waimea population. To be able to, yeah, just to be able for kids to get to, and so another thing about this map in particular is that there are, I've pointed out some of the schools. And so while you have this big outskirt of housing, that will also serve as a nice safe route to school for a lot of houses that are, or schools that are kind of in the heart of Waimea. And then lastly, we have a new mass transit administrator who's done a lot of improvements on the bus. And really MTA has been kind of this hub for multimodal transportation solutions and really a great partner to work with. So right now we're currently working off a multimodal plan that was completed in 2018 and kind of revisited in 2022. We're looking at links to public transportation and a sustainable path forward to improving our system, as well as expanded routes and services and being able to restore ridership, which even pre-pandemic had fallen about 1/3. We were getting about 1 million, well, maybe I have that, I don't know, about 1 million rides per year, and that fallen to about 700,000. So part of the plan is to create future transit hubs in a lot of the different rural areas, Pahoa, Kailua, Keao. And these are really kind of the more outskirt places, Ocean View, but have a high transportation costs to get to where their work centers. Helion has a family of services, including these fixed route buses. They also do paratransit, and they are the provider of our bike share program. So we're really trying to get that first and last mile all together down in one place. We're looking at flex routes, carpooling, vanpooling, and even door-to-door services. This is the current network, 24 routes across the island. One thing that the current director had done was expand service from 3:15 to 2:15 a.m. Prior to that, the bus would stop running at about 10. And they all, prior to this new, prior to John Ondo coming on, all the bus routes didn't run on the Sunday at all. So you're kind of out of luck. So we restored that. We're looking more at park and ride opportunities across the island. And every community has a bus 7 days a week. And lastly, the bus and bike are free for this year and next year. And that's really to help try to get ridership back up. So on top of the free bus ride, you also get a ticket and you also get free bike share. So really trying to make this affordable and a more attractive alternative than to just get into a car or even to carpool. There's a lot of opportunity here to be able to gain more ridership. Again, here there is a little bit of passenger trips through. And from 2005 to 2013. So we're trying to see that same and capture that same amount of growth back when we did have free bus rides to now providing that free service again. Yeah, and I think that's with that we can move into social justice and equity about transportation.
Give them a minute to do this up here. This is so exciting. When I first moved here, this was one of the first presentations I was able to give. I remember this room so clearly, and I've been out of the loop of like presenting in person for so long. I've been like hunched over my computer and Zoom, like staring at the screen and doing my presentations that way for the last couple of years. So it's really nice to be in good company and in a group and with so many familiar faces that have this shared interest. So I'm really grateful for everybody's time, and I'm glad you stuck around for I think I'm the last. It's okay. Hang in there. Just a couple more minutes, I promise. So yeah, I'm CJ. I am the lead organizer for the statewide Safe Routes to School Working Group, which is a loose group of agency, nonprofit community organizations with a common goal of promoting the systems, policies, and environmental changes to promote biking, walking, rolling, and transit use. And I'm also in the midst of putting together what we're calling the Justice and Mobility Action Collaborative, which is also an emerging group of organizations and leaders who are committed to ensuring that our transportation systems acknowledge, measure, and repair the historic harm done from generations of deliberate, systemic underinvestment, segregation, and predation in our transportation system. Yes, this PowerPoint, great. So what is mobility justice? What does it have to do with what we're here to talk about today? Mobility justice is a commitment to ensuring that all people of all abilities, identities, and geography have the infrastructure, resources, and social support to participate fully in society. And that's via safe, affordable access to education, healthcare, food, economic opportunity, civic engagement, worship, cultural practice, and recreation. It encompasses transportation equity. It is transportation equity, bigger than that. Traffic safety, complete streets, Vision Zero. These are things that you've probably heard me and others talk about over the past. It's bigger than that, really. And it overlaps with economic justice, environmental justice, which I know we've been talking about a lot here today, and social justice in general. I know the question that we're kind of talking about today is climate and what that has to do with climate. If we want climate justice, we need climate solutions that seek to understand and to repair the harm that has been caused by segregation, pollution, underinvestment, and overpolicing. We have to lead with liberatory mobility, not punitive and hostile and extractive systems. And I'll get into what that means. And I think if you've seen me talk, you've seen this. I don't think you can say it enough times because it really does explain how we got here. When we talk about injustice in mobility systems in the United States, there's an original sin that's really easy to point to, and it happened about 100 years ago, right? So this is a you can't make this out. This is a newspaper article. This was 1923. So I've been doing this presentation for a while, but we're at 100 years now, right? This is 100 years ago. This was in an American magazine. If you can't make it out, those are the bodies of children under the wheels of a car driven by the Grim Reaper. So this was how concerned we were in 1923. There was a massive panic, just a huge public outcry at the devastation, at the carnage that automobility had introduced into American cities. There were die-ins. Mothers were doing die-ins in the street, right? This was a huge problem. It was a fraction of the problem that we have today, but it was a huge problem. It was so changing. And at the time, there was a lot of solutions proposed, responses proposed. There are things that sound probably familiar, things like requiring cars to have speed governors. Why do we need cars that can drive 200 miles an hour when the speed limit is 80 anywhere? Banning cars from city centers. Why do we need to have cars in the city when we can build them for transit? Strict liability rules, right? Really focusing the onus of responsibility on the vehicle, on the agent that is creating and introducing this harm. Transit priority. When we design communities, we design those communities to prioritize transit, walking, and biking. So those are all really good solutions. They were proposed 100 years ago. What did we get instead? We got a solution that looks a little bit more like this. And this is a true story. So this is a PR campaign. There was an industry lobbying group called Motordom in the 1920s. There's an entire book about this. I'll share later. But 100 years ago, a lobbying group created the term and the crime. There was no term, there was no crime, jaywalking before this. And what jaywalking means, so to give you an idea of what this was about, and the point, a jay at the time was the equivalent of a hick or a rude. You're calling somebody like a hillbilly. And you were saying, if you're such a hillbilly, you're so unsophisticated that you can't stay out of the way of a car and you get hit, it's your own fault. Streets are for cars, not for people. That's real. That's how we got here, right? So that's the original sin. I think we're still reckoning with that or failing to reckon with that. We're still living within the kind of the after effects of that. But whether you think that that campaign was successful or not kind of depends on what you think the goal of the campaign was. We have sold a lot of cars sold a lot of oil, burned a lot of oil in the 100 years since that happened, right? It's been really successful from Motordom's perspective. We've done a great job. We've also transformed most of our communities to be completely inhospitable to walking, wheeling, rolling, biking, active living. And we have entrenched over again 100 years this transportation system whose catastrophic and unsustainable health, safety, environmental, and economic burden has been normalized over a century, right? We've made automobility a requirement for participation in American life, and that includes most of Hawaii. This is not the mainland, this is capital, right? This is what it looks like to live in a lot of the state. So the truth is, right, most of the US bike ped safety campaigns and measures, and in particular, the ones that place the burden on vulnerable users, things like bike helmet campaigns, safety flags, promoting bright clothing, jaywalking, distracted walking scenes aren't actually about safety. They're about narrative. They're about continuing to normalize, continuing to reframe what the real problem is, and normalizing what should be to all of us unacceptable. And it should be to all of us avoidable, preventable. And to justify it for like 100 years now, whenever a vulnerable road user is harmed, our response reflexively is they weren't wearing a helmet, or they were listening to their headphones, or they were wearing dark clothes, or they were walking while intoxicated, or they didn't walk 3 blocks out of their way when they got off the bus to the nearest marked crossing, or they didn't use the safety flag we provided for them. We have shifted the responsibility so far onto the victim. And at the same time, we're making roads wider, making our land use more sprawling. We're making our cars bigger and more filled with distractions. This isn't a problem that we can solve with changing of fuel sources, right? Of single occupancy vehicles. This is a more fundamental values problem. Just as another little example, this is I used to live in San Jose. I ran Walk San Jose for a year. This map was created as a part of a safety plan for San Jose. So in orange, what we're looking at is what they call communities of concern. So communities of concern are census tracts with a high concentration of low income and minority households, limited English proficiency, 0 vehicle households, seniors, people with disabilities, single parent families, and cost burden renters. And in blue, what you have is the 3% of San Jose city streets that account for over 50% of fatal crashes. So you see that these things have a social component, right? We also know when you look at things like, being thoughtful about what we mean when we talk about safety, right? Most of the time when we think about traffic safety, when we talk about traffic safety, it's assumed that we're talking about safety from cars, but safety requires more than just safety from cars. A great article in Planetizen about women and their spheres of transportation and why they do or don't walk and bike. Women identified respondents to safety surveys overwhelmingly cite fear of sexual assault as a top reason that they always or very frequently choose to avoid walking to destination. So it's not about hitting cars exclusively, right? There's a lot of reasons, there's a lot of things in the built environment that can make it really uncomfortable for certain parts of the population that are based on who you are, your identity. Then when we talk about enforcement, I think immediately a lot of us think about enforcement, we think about policing, but increasingly it's clear that when it comes to enforcement that promotes real safety, we've got to change that. There's a great report called Walk with Women, Gendered Perceptions of Safety in Urban Spaces. They asked men and women, what things make you feel safe when walking alone? So the gender disparity, the difference in size between the red line and the blue line, overwhelmingly, 80% overwhelmingly, other pedestrians, other people, right? The presence of other people on the street is what makes women feel safe walking in public, walking in urban spaces. Law enforcement is a distant second, right? We're talking less than 20%. So I think it's really important to think through when we talk about enforcement, when we talk about safety, what does that actually mean? What are we talking about safety from? Creating systems that are safe means more than just well policed. The gender disparity in responses, I think, is really illuminating. We also think about, is another piece of the same survey, which of the following makes you feel safer when walking? Again, gender disparity. Active street fronts, we just talked about that, other pedestrians. Street lighting, huge. Wide sidewalks, so you can see people coming, so people can't come out at you. Those 3 things are huge, right? That piece of built environment is so important. I'm going to share this next slide. It is a little bit of a trigger warning, but I think it's a really important piece of this conversation. Over the past several years, I think it's become really important to understand and to not ignore the fraught relationship between law enforcement in the US and communities of color, right? We've seen that small stops that start with minor infractions, pretextual infractions in some cases even, can escalate very quickly depending on identity. Every year here in Hawaii, we spend a really significant amount on traffic safety awareness and enforcement. We don't have very much to show for that. For years, and I've railed against this for years, Honolulu Police Department has received federal grants for hundreds of thousands of dollars that are intended to promote bike and pedestrian safety. Most of the money that the state of Hawaii receives for that safety goes to police officer overtime to give bike and pedestrian jaywalking and bike registration violations. Biggest ticket they give bicyclists is not being registered. That's what we use NHTSA safety federal safety. So that's kind of a problem. Ticket on what creates and promotes safety. We also pay for awareness campaigns, things like pedestrian safety pledges, getting elementary school kids to raise their hand and say they're going to behave themselves on the road. This, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm aware, really mostly reinforces victim blaming narratives. And again, continues to shift that responsibility away from the systems, away from the environments, away from the designs, and onto the victims, onto the users. There's no evidence that I've been asking for years, there's no evidence I would consider persuasive that either of those programs has made Hawaii safer for bicyclists or pedestrians. In fact, we know that it's much less safe than it was 5 or 10 years ago. I think that there are people out there who think that Hawaii has different concerns. Maybe our racial equity concerns are not as serious, or we don't have the same races. We're post-racist, or we live in a world that's somehow immune to some of the problems that folks on the continent see. But time and again, evidence has led us to conclude that Hawaii law enforcement is susceptible to the same biases as police everywhere else. As recently as February of last year, the Honolulu Police Commissioner said they are, quote, concerned over the Honolulu Police Department's treatment of Pacific Islanders, Native Hawaiians, and Black people when it comes to the use of force and arrest rates, with Commissioner Broderick adding, I don't think I can stress enough how significant that disproportionate effect is. It's a really great study by OHA. It's called The Disparate Treatment of Native Hawaiians in the Criminal Justice System. It revealed a number of things that are really shocking and profound. Since 1977, the number of people incarcerated has increased 900%. Given a determination of guilt, Native Hawaiians are more likely to get a prison sentence. They are likely to receive longer prison sentences, and they are sentenced to longer probation terms than most other racial and ethnic groups. And according to the Prison Policy Initiative, Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders are 10% of the state population, but 39% of the jail and prison population. So not only are these problems of placing the blame on the victim, not making it safer, they are leading to these disparate outcomes that are heavily based on identity. And we know that they're not preventing traffic deaths, right? We're not better off than we were before these policies. We're not saving lives. There's local evidence of that. There's national studies that are fairly robust that have established pretty conclusively traffic stops aren't preventing traffic deaths. If we look at Hawaii specifically, we've had a really terrible couple of years. Last year in particular, we had 93 traffic fatalities statewide. Full third of those were bicyclists and pedestrians, right? That's over 50% higher as a percentage than the national average, which itself has increased 50% in the last 12 years. So this is a growing, there's no sign of this remitting, right? This is going in the wrong direction, has been going in the wrong direction for quite some time. And the strategies that we're using, enforcement strategies, victim blaming strategies, are not working, unless of course you think that the goal is to shift that blame. So what can we do? What do we need to do to achieve or to address advanced mobility justice? It starts with building diverse, empowered coalitions with a shared vision and language and data and responsibility. Something that became really clear to me during the pandemic. And so I worked with the Department of Public Health, Department of Health during the pandemic. And in addition to built environment work, I was actually doing COVID outreach and working with community organizations and trying to build trust between the Department of Health and the community organizations that disparately impacted populations turned to for advice, right? And one thing that was really clear to me as someone who'd worked in planning and worked in transportation community engagement for a really long time was that it's really critical to not take shortcuts in community engagement and invest in the partners and invest in the community voices and when we're trying to figure out how to serve their needs. As an example that I use a lot when I talk about this is when we were doing vaccine outreach, when we were working on COVID outreach, I had a wide variety of community partners. And certainly I had partners who had masters in public health, who came in here, who were deployed here by the CDC, came in and said, I'm an expert on community engagement and outreach. How can I help? What can I do? And they were very well compensated. They were a huge part of the federal response. They were getting tons of CARES money. I had other partners who had no background in public health. Some of them had very little formal education at all, but who had tremendous understanding and tremendous experience in the communities that we were most concerned with, in Native Hawaiian, Pacific Island, Filipino populations across Hawaii. These were faith groups. These were community organizations that had a smaller scope, and then as a result of COVID, increased their scope. These were folks that came together entirely as volunteer organizations to do CDC document translation, to do food drives, to do rent assistant webinars in Marshallese, whatever it was that was needed, they were doing it. And we had a hard time figuring out how to pay them at all. But I can tell you, I can take someone off the street who lives in Kalihi, understands the social infrastructure of Kalihi, speaks Chukis, and in a week, I can have them as a very valuable, very functional public health ambassador that can teach you anything you need to know about COVID, hygiene, about vaccine confidence. You give me somebody with a public health degree and try to send them into Kalihi to help me out, they're not anyone. And they make 3 times more money when we do it there, right? Community health workers, public health educators. So that translates to mobility justice as well, right? We are very quick to invest in these large companies that do community engagement, that do consultation for us. We all know that our transportation partners across the state have these huge partnerships with organizations that aren't even from here. And we pay them huge amounts of money. It's a whole, right? It's a whole industry. I even say it's a racket in some cases. But we expect communities to give that expertise freely and to not benefit from it. And in a way, that's just a continuing form of exploitation, extraction. We are taking lived experience, cultural knowledge, understanding of social infrastructure that can help us solve these problems and expecting people to donate it while paying people that don't have that expertise lots and lots of money. That's essentially wealth extraction. That's essentially taking money from these communities. But that's something that we have to change. So we're talking about what we can do differently. That's really important. And I think more generally, right, thinking about the difference between compliance when we talk about safety and resilience. Engineers love to complain about non-compliance, and the relationship between designers and users is really complicated, right? You can design something really great, but if people don't use it the way you intended, you know, you have to make it resilient. You have to make a system that's tolerant, that when people make mistakes, they make mistakes. People don't behave perfectly. That's not how the world works. How does your system respond? Do we respond punitively by punishing people when they make mistakes? Or do we try to create systems where mistakes don't have the same consequences, that don't have these traumatic and terrible consequences that we've grown used to? You can't assume that non-compliance can be punished away, especially when, as we've mentioned here, right, we're continuing to shape safety margins. We're continuing to increase the length of time, the amount of time that people spend in cars, and not funding transportation, not funding transit, not funding sidewalks, not really prioritizing. But the systems can and should be designed to be more resilient in the face of that market. So I'm going to call it there, and I will just share if anybody wants to stay involved and learn more about the Justice and Mobility Action Collaborative. I put a link to our sign up on there, so you can just enter your information and sign up, and I'll keep you on our mailing list. We have a lot going on. I think there's some back and forth that we can talk about how we can operationalize this, and that's a really big question too. But thank you so much for hanging in there. I know at the very end of the day, I really appreciate you guys' patience and your time, and your attention today. And I'll turn it back over to Kiana. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for sticking with us this late. We have about 5 minutes for questions, so I wanted to give the audience an opportunity to ask Natasha, CJ, or me a question if you have any, and if not, I have some questions prepared.
Hi, aloha. For Hawaii County, when you were working in Keaukaha, so I work for DHHL, and how did you deal with, were there any road ownership issues that you ran into?
We stuck with mostly working in the shoulder. So I think the county of Hawaii manages the road. And in terms of like, we weren't trying to gain any more right away in any way. So we were just transforming what already existed. And then we did work with, I think her name was Christine in the Keaukaha office. So we did kind of get the blessing. I know we didn't go through that whole, going through all of the beneficiaries. That's actually something I'm trying to work with Waimea Trails, because our phase 1 abuts that new DHHL project going on. But for that part, it really became more of this like community project, and so a lot of the residents and a lot of the students came out and helped even on the weekend. And so it was kind of a nice, yeah, like a community project.
So I really appreciated your discussion about the equity issues. And I was just wondering, in certain cultures that automobiles are not prioritized, so for example, I lived in Sweden for a while, and in Sweden, it's the people who are walking who are prioritized. And in the Netherlands, it's people who are on bicycles that are prioritized. So what is there that can make that cultural shift? I don't know, but it's interesting to think about how that has evolved.
The big one, isn't it? I think one of the things that you hear people who point to the Northern European countries as exemplars or as models for this say is they in the 1970s they were in every bit as bad of a shape as we are, right? And so I think that there's a couple of things I would say. One is the changes that we're talking about, and both in terms of the social and the climate and the economic impact, they're inevitable. We have to make these changes. We can't build lane miles out of this problem, right? We're gonna continue to, if we do not do what is being proposed here, then we're just gonna continue to get more and more debt, building more and more lanes that are gonna be at capacity before we're finished paying for them. And so we're just gonna drive ourselves into the ground. Solutions that we're pursuing are popular political solutions, but they're not viable and they don't work. So the question then is like, what can we do in the meantime, to ease them and to ease that transition and make that transition happen? And I think we talk about it in terms of like a trivalent approach. And I don't want to monopolize, but I'll say really quickly, I think that there's a need for a better political will and political incentives to our politicians are responding to, we have to solve the traffic. So if we can inspire and reward political courage for some level of commitment, just some incremental increase in that commitment, I think that will help. I think we have to be asking for it more. I think we have to be doing community engagement that is more holistic and not just transactional. We don't just go out to community and need something from them, or we need them to check off a box in a community transportation. We have to be committed to. My passion is safe roads. So can we talk to kids about mobility? Can we talk to kids about some of the costs of these choices that we make? Can we make the costs less transparent? So much of the burden of mobility, of individual single mobility, is not mile per mile, dollar per dollar per person. It's subsidized, right, from general funds, from federal funds. People, if we understood that more, if it costs more, that might make it. So there's a lot of different strategies. And then the other is a lot of our planners and engineers are working from manuals that taught the level of service, that taught us to build for how many cars can we push through an intersection. That was the dominant mode. But I think it's bigger than culture, because we can't reasonably expect the cultural shift to happen when we don't have an environment and we don't have land use and we don't have an economic environment that supports it. It's totally unreasonable to say, hey, you guys should walk more when we have the kind of land use that we have. So all three of these things, the popular, the technical, and the political, all have to happen. And we need to be working together with policymakers and with planners and engineers and with communities, all at once. I don't think anyone of us is more important.
I don't have an actual question, but it speaks to what you have been talking about in terms of, the engaging the community. I was with Natasha through the Keaukaha Quick Build, and I cannot say enough how important it is to have somebody who loves the community, who's in the community, and to be out there talking to people, showing them, like Natasha came up, we had like 3 beautiful plans, and we were out there a couple of Saturdays in a row, and Natasha was talking to people and answering questions. They're like, okay, you have 3 options, like which one do you want? And I thought for sure people were going to choose the one that didn't take away the most parking, because that's what people normally do, or at least that's the narrative that I've heard so much. They don't want to give up the parking. But when Natasha was just like answering questions and being able to like just be there, we surveyed 80 people and 60 people voted to take away the most parking so that there was the safest walkway and bikeway around, which I think challenges a lot of narratives. And I think having, and then also from the political end, I've sat in on meetings. It's both an internal and an external, it's an internal and an external challenge. And I've sat in on a lot of meetings. I'm just an outsider, I'm a nonprofit person, where Natasha's the only county person in the room who's going up against generations, essentially, of people who've been doing things a certain way. And she slays dragons. That's all I'm gonna say. So thank you, Natasha.
I did not plan her there. To expand a little bit more on your question too, you know, when we talk about the funding source, and so there's like this, as a driver, you like, this is my inherent right. I pay the taxes. Again, not realizing you've been subsidized. Your parking is subsidized. Free parking doesn't really exist, right? We're kind of seeing that too with the backlash of like what is the harbor by Prince? Harbor parking over there. Yeah, okay. Is it right by yeah, I think Hawai'i Harbor, right? And wanting to charge. Everybody's like, no, we need access. But the access is there. It's how you're accessing. Like, would it be cheaper for, it may be cheaper for you to get to the beach if you caught the bus. If we had free bus, wouldn't that be great? You know, and how much we subsidize the bus is definitely not equal to how much we're subsidizing car travel. And you don't even get credit if you walk. Like, what if we gave a credit to everybody who decided, I'm gonna walk, not gonna own a car? And you know, how we incentivize people to get out of their cars. I think that's, in European countries, technology has been there to boost and make it easier. We still haven't gotten to a point where we're making it any easier. That's why I'm excited about the trails and not trying to look at these trails as this is recreation. Yes, it's recreation, but you're getting from point A to point B, and you're not having to have the headache of sitting in the traffic. That's my 2 cents.
I think we're out of time. And so I guess I'll just reiterate for you folks that electrification alone isn't enough for us to meet our climate and our energy goals in a timely manner, let alone for us to meet our climate and energy goals in a just and equitable way. So we can invest in more active and shared forms of transportation. If we can design our facilities to prioritize people walking, rolling, and biking, we'll be able to advance not only our climate energy goals, but our environmental justice goals, our public health goals, and just make for a better quality of life for our people. So thank you so much. I'll turn over to Leah. I really appreciate you guys sticking with us.
Thank you to our panel. Thank you for sticking out, being our audience this whole amazing day. Me and Kiana work really closely together, and it's really great how much she's taught me since taking on this role as the climate change coordinator for the state of Hawaii, and how much she practices what she preaches. Today she took the bus here. So big round of applause for Kiana. So mahalo to all of you. I hope that you take away from this, throughout the day, there was definitely several themes that I caught on to. One was the big opportunity that we have while we're addressing the climate emergency to make this transformational change, that we're not just addressing climate change, but we're also uplifting our communities while we do that. Social justice is completely intertwined into all of our actions when we're talking about climate change. And that just thrills me that we're transforming our communities to be safer, healthier, cooler, and looking at things from all aspects, really at this holistic view. And really the importance of involving communities from the start. I know we had a conversation about just now about, well, we presented these 3 plans, but it's really important to go into the communities and say, hey, we're thinking about doing this cool thing. Does that sound good to you? Because there's many times when we're like, well, that sounds interesting, but really we need to address this first. And that gives us an opportunity to not waste all our time planning for one thing that won't actually go over well. So yeah, I think it's very clear that we want to involve our communities especially the communities that haven't had the opportunity to have a voice from very early on. And then also, you know, how was that youth panel? That was really amazing. Very, very cool. You'll notice they didn't stick around, but it's because they're over at the UH Law School hosting the Youth Climate Summit that was entirely put together with them with a little bit of support with myself and Victoria and some other folks. But it's really exciting to see their passion and also their deep knowledge that they're wanting to build the capacity and wanting to share with, you know, all us school people, as well as, you know, to encourage more young people to get involved. So it's really taking away a lot of my fear about the future. And, you know, as we face this climate crisis, really understanding that we're going to be having really strong, passionate people this week on with us. That said, I just want to highlight the next few things that are happening this week. This is just the first day of Climate Week. We have the Hawaii Science Adaptation, no, Hawaii Climate Adaptation Science Summit. There you go, Brad. Happening tomorrow and Wednesday. Be happening in this room starting at noon 30, 12:30 tomorrow, and 12:30 on Wednesday as well. Anyway. And we also have on Wednesday, we have the COP27 panel, and which is talking about women who attended COP27. I'll be on that too. So, yeah, so really exciting to see women leadership at on the international stage, especially from Hawaii. And then on Thursday, we have the Natural Energy Institute Hawaii Policy Forum briefing. It's the 20th anniversary, so it's going to be a really big event happening on campus check the website for where it's at. But really excited to have you all here. Thank you so much for supporting us. Really amazing to see you all in person. And I look forward to seeing you the rest of this week. Aloha.
No, they're not. These ones, no.